Chapter 721 Dragon Slaying Sword, Done. Ice Fortress, Underground Chamber. Loya, with messy hair, stared at a pair of bloodshot eyes and stared at the dragon-slaying sword in front of him without blinking. In the sight of ordinary people, this is a large and somewhat exaggerated giant sword, as gray as a stone. But in Loya's eyes, the dragon-slaying sword exudes a dazzling golden light all over his body at this moment, and mysterious talismans are looming on the sword's body, and the air is full of huge magic power that suppresses and suffocates. The brilliance of blue and gold complemented each other on it, and while it was beautiful, it also contained murderous intent. The golden light exposed on the top layer is the most difficult and dangerous step in filling this time. This talisman is a type of exploding talisman, which can be called suppressing equation destruction hammer in dragon language, but Luoya likes Ivy's other name for it. Smashing the gun. Every time the target is hit, through the magic equation built inside the talisman will absorb the magic power of the user and the magic power of the external environment to complete a filling in an instant, and then blast it out like a gunpowder explosion. This is the name's origin. Don't explode in silence, just explode in silence. It's a situation like this. The high conversion rate of filling and bursting is its most powerful advantage. As long as Loya swings fast enough, it is no problem to explode hundreds of times in 1 second. The transformation equation is complete, be careful. I know, it's been bombed dozens of times. Roha whispered, his fingers flew up and down, and a trace of magic power constructed a golden talisman out of thin air. The golden talisman was suspended in the air, and sparks were splashed on the lines from time to time. When the talisman stabilized, Luoya breathed a sigh of relief, and carefully pressed the talisman to the dragon-slaying sword. A large number of sigils have been completed there, all of which are assisted by this sigil to take effect. It's like the other parts of the car are completed, just waiting for the engine in the most critical position. At this moment, the golden talisman suddenly trembled irregularly. It was only the size of a fingernail, but in an instant it became the size of a table. Not good. It's going to explode again. Why say it again? Roha spit out fiercely, and then bit Kiba, without thinking, and pressed the rune on the sword with a snap. Seeing this, Ivy exclaimed, "Are you crazy? You will destroy the other sigils together. Anyway, it's not stable, and the results are all over again, the same thing." Loya rolled the eyes of the dead fish, and in the next second, countless golden lights wrapped him in. In the ice cream town, Kushiro walked out of the gate with his saber Sanryuki, and the gamblers took pictures of the reputation of the admiral and left through the back door reluctantly. Looking at his beloved casino, Fujitora sighed, "Let's go, it's time for activities." That appearance, as if this is his hometown, he is generally reluctant to give up. Seeing this scene, the corners of Aokiji's mouth twitched. If he wasn't afraid of trouble, he would just slap him with a backhand. The three got on the camel and ox cart and moved slowly towards the fortress. The lingering cold wind whizzes, and the climate here is so cold that many winter islands can't keep up. A jug of hot water hangs under the furry neckline of the camel cow, and the thick jug ensures that the hot water inside will not be easily cooled by the cold wind. A tube extended from above and was tucked into the ox's thick lips. This should have been a very uncomfortable action, but every camel and cow enjoyed it. Here, even the famously cold-resistant they can't stand it. If there is no such thing, you can drink a sip of hot water from time to time to maintain your body temperature. Every trip is a life and death test. As a natural fruit ability, especially the ice attribute, to change the weather in an area so completely, Aokiji knows how powerful it is to do it. That kid always works miracles. This is a sentence that Zephyr often talks about. The camel and ox cart was walking slowly, and suddenly, Fujitora got out of the carriage and stared forward with a pair of blind eyes. Seeing this, Kushiro thoughtfully said, "Did you feel it too? The temperature is getting higher." "Yes, and more than just getting taller." Marshal Aokiji. Fujitora just replied, and the next moment, he shouted loudly. Aokiji, who slept on the bus, was awakened, and without thinking about it, an ice wall rose from the front of the camel cow. And the ice wall is still spreading, and soon a pot cover is formed, covering the camel ox cart inside. The next moment, a terrifying heat wave is coming. Looking down from the sky, this is a very spectacular scene. At first, the area of this ice field was comparable to a large island, and under the influence of the climate in recent years, there is still a growing trend. Even standing on the Yuhi soil continent, you can clearly see this magnificent ice field. But at this moment, this ice field is disconnected from it. It was not broken by brute force, but melted little by little, turning into a liquid and merging into the sea. Starting from the center of the ice field, the ice cubes continued to disappear, rapidly expanding toward both sides in a circular spreading method. Guys who are accustomed to the severe cold in the ice area finally felt at once, what is hot enough to melt. After taking off his padded jacket, the ice cream town is full of shirtless strong men. When the movement stopped, the temperature dropped slightly, and a circular hole had appeared on the ice. The green pheasants are in a clever position, just on the edge of the sphere. Most of the ice pot lid he made melted, and the steam was full of steam inside, and the air was very humid. Fujitora stepped out of the pot, stood on a cliff, and took a deep breath. Hey, if you don't feel wrong. This is what Luoya did. Isn't he an ice dragon? I want to know that too. Aokiji turned the Byakugan over and untied the harness on the camel cow. Said to the other two, come on, go back and have a look. The three stepped forward from the air on the moon, and soon found a large group of refugees on the sea. It is hard to imagine that in the terrifying high temperature fluctuation just now, none of these guys died, but they were more or less injured. Mahak was sleeping in his room at the time, and he was the first to react when the fluctuations appeared, but because he was the closest, after everyone else rushed into the sky, he was already swept by the high temperature. At this moment, the wine Yuhi-colored windbreaker was scorched, and Mahak with messy hair stared at Loya with a bad expression. Do you want to kill us? I didn't know the power would be so great. Loya looked dazed. It used to be the most banging thing. Before. Bang. Hearing this, Mahak's eyelids jumped twice. Hey, the secret weapon you've been tinkering with in the back room, isn't that the thing? On the other side of the ice, the huge gray sword lay there quietly, seemingly unremarkable, but everyone deliberately walked around it. The residual warmth on it told them that the explosion just now was caused by it. Although the process has some twists and turns, the result is good. Looking at the Wu Power on the dragon-slaying sword, which had vented its power because of the explosion, but instead was ingeniously fitted with other talismans, Loya showed a satisfied smile. Chapter 722 Mobilize before the war. In any case, it is an established fact that the secret weapon that Roha has been talking about for so long is finally completed. And fortunately, the explosion did not affect the ice cream town, Geisa laboratory and ice cave base in the distance, except for the spies of some forces who were dawdling in the ice area and the pirates who were still not ready to smuggle. With basically no casualties. So everyone was happy, and they came up one after another to study the dragon-slaying great sword. Tisk tisk, this weapon, it seems that you can only use it after you transform into a dragon. Qingzi was relatively familiar with Loya, and didn't ask whether he could wield it. Don't look at that. Loya is not that kind of muscular man, but Aokiji knows very well that before he develops his ice attribute power to a certain extent, this guy is a pure melee powerhouse. For the first time, the scene of the battle with Zephyr after the Navy headquarters was transformed into a pseudo-dragon is still vivid in my mind. Just now, let me tell you a few words. Loya glanced at Aokiji and was not in a hurry to answer. He mixed magic in his voice, and his indifferent tone floated far away. Hearing this, the others looked at each other and came to him. The commander-in-chief of the Navy, the 4 Emperor pirates, the cadres of Turtle Island, whoever of these people is released is a big man who stomps and stomps the whole sea. Today, it is brought together by a promise and an uncertain crisis. First of all, thank you so much for answering my call to be here. Loa Adam stood at the front reluctantly and bowed to the crowd. Everyone smiled and said nothing. But they couldn't laugh at Loya's next sentence. The battle against the King of Heaven is just around the corner. In order to let more people survive, let me share the information I know here. To keep more people alive. Not only Fujitora and the others who were still in the general stage, but even Aokiji became serious. Where is the king's position? What's the danger inside? They hadn't asked these questions before, but they had thought about them countless times. Now, Loya is about to give an answer. First of all, the place where we will fight the King of Heaven is not this world. Whoa! Before the words fell, the crowd suddenly became noisy. What does not this world mean? Is it still hell and heaven? The next moment, Loya gave the answer. It's a replica of this world, one that is no different from this world, and there is even another mirror world of you in it. Ask. At this time, someone in the crowd raised their hand. Loya looked over, and it was Katakuri who asked the question. Please speak. Seeing Loya nodding, Katakuri frowned and said, didn't you say that the King of Heaven was sealed in a sealed space? Why can't you just fight there? There is also a replica of this world, which was specially created for this battle. Is it? Who created it? Is it because the battle will have a bad effect on our world? Katakuri is worthy of being the top figure of the Charlotte family, and the questions asked are straight to the point. Considering the rhetoric, Loya said, the sealed space not only prevents the king from coming out, but also protects the king. Even if Scylla helps open the seal, our power will be limited to a very low level. Trust me, you don't want to face that monster with less than half your strength. This is set to avoid the half-body being destroyed and continue to leave a mess. Giant dragons, especially giant dragons that are as powerful as Ivy's realm, are no trivial matter. Without the body of the soul, there is no need to talk about the independent action of the mind. After death, the curse of dragon blood will be left behind, corrupting the world. In addition to letting the other half of the body destroy it and absorb it, the only way is to let higher-level existences take action and forcefully remove the dragon's blood curse. Zaku has that power, but the consequence is that the illusion completely collapses. Katakuri didn't know why the seal would protect the king, but it made sense. As for the creator of the mirror world, if one day you will know, please forgive me for not telling me at this time. And the reason we are fighting over there. Loya smiled and said, if my time and space were not frozen, the battle between me and Whitebeard would have almost destroyed the world. If a king who is stronger than us takes action, the end of the world will come in an instant. Although everything in the mirror space is exactly the same as we are here, it is a mirror image. As long as we win, we can recast it at any time. So I would like to remind you here. Loya took a deep breath, looked at the crowd solemnly, and wanted to remember everyone's face. Don't be afraid to hurt the innocent. We can't afford to lose. Hurt, innocent. Sure enough, is that a parallel world? Simon shook his head with a wry smile. As the invaders, wouldn't we be enemies with ourselves because of the massacre? He remembered the Tianyu people who came to this world as invaders, but he didn't expect that he would become that kind of guy one day. I will never. Mihawk stood beside him, glancing coldly at Kushiro in the distance. I in that world will definitely trouble him as well. Feeling the sharp-edged gaze, Kushiro smiled wryly. But what is more fortunate is that the time point of that mirror world is a bit different from ours. You will be facing yourself 2 years ago. 2 years is enough time for you to distance yourself. Everyone below laughed. They didn't know what world promotion was, but in the past 2 years, especially in the last 6 months, they couldn't deceive themselves. Even if they came to stop them 2 years ago, they wouldn't be able to fool themselves. No fear at all. Okay, that's all I have to say about the location of the battle. Loya clapped his hands, attracted everyone's attention, and continued, the second point is how we defeat the king. People in the mirror world also have thinking. At this moment, they can only be persuaded by the reason that the mirror world can be recast. This is a reassurance. But when it comes to combat, the puzzle is just emerging. The first thing to be sure is that the King of Heaven is not the kind of reckless guy like Guy Duo. In the face of our big fanfare to pull him into the mirror world, he will definitely not run into our large army until we are sure we can win. And about her abilities, you can refer to me. Loya spread out his hands, with a sly smile on his face. Which one do you think is the most troublesome among the 3 main abilities I use? 3 abilities. The people below began to ponder. The 3 abilities of the ice dragon Loya, one of which is the terrifying size and power brought by the body of the giant dragon. Second, the freezing and freezing of ice attribute dragons. Third. Looking at the awkward smile on Loya's face, Aokiji's mouth twitched and he sighed. Tell us about it, Loya. It just so happens that I've been curious for a long time. If you don't have any scruples, how many undead can you transform? Hiss. That's what it is. This time, including Ulysses, there was a sympathy on his face, and he involuntarily quieted down and waited for an answer. Hearing this, Loya put away his hippie smile and replied seriously, take my current state of full of magic power as a template, take a number and call it 1 unit. Then 2.5 units of magic power are enough to transform all living beings in the entire East China Sea. It takes me 6 hours to recover 1 unit of mana, plus the time wasted in moving and finding islands. Speaking of this, Loya smiled. In about 3 days, the whole world will become a kingdom of the dead. Aokiji patted his forehead, indicating that he did not want to speak. 3 days. If they can't find and kill the King of Heaven within 3 days, the worst case they will face is an endless army of undead in the world. No wonder he knew that the King of Heaven was very strong, but Loya still sent invitations to those players who were not strong enough. It was because of this. Chapter 723 Home Showdown. Hey, just kidding. The whole world is a world of undead. Even if we are strong, how long can we support it with just these people? The speaker was Sabo, the only representative from the Anti-World Government Alliance. Loya has long said that the teleportation ability is limited, and at most Pluto and the number of helpers on the Pluto ship can be transferred there. With their power, it is enough to destroy the world. But what about dealing with the undead of a whole world? So we need to fight quickly. Otherwise, the opponent will be able to drag everyone to death just by relying on crowd tactics. Loya replied, but don't worry, this transformation speed is only for ordinary people and small animals, such as giants like sea kings and some powerhouses. Only by transforming alone can they have a fighting power comparable to their previous life. And like Ulrich, people like C are standing at the top, it will take more time. Ordinary people are not easy to deal with. Just think about the need to stick to the face of the endless corpse tide. It's terrible, terrible. Kazuna rubbed Goosebumps with a wretched face. It's terrible to fight. I don't want to exhaust my stamina and be killed by ordinary undead before the decisive battle with the king. Fujitora was a little nervous, and now he took a bowl of cold noodles and sucked it. Next, I will assign a task, not to complete the premise, just make sure to survive. Loya was helpless when he saw this. You said that Zaku opened up a copy mirror, but he was still fiddling with the NPCs in this world. There is life and thinking. Others are playing computer games, but he is playing the live-action version of virtual online games. If it weren't for the simple mirror image being broken too easily, Loya wouldn't want to find these troubles. Aokiji-sensei, and Sabo, the two whose names were named, raised their heads and looked at Loya. After the past, you find the Navy and the Silencer army, and try to pull them into our camp. Although the other party can transform the undead for their own use, we can also win over ourselves from another world to help. The two of Qingzi's eyes lit up, as if that was the case. Also, Minder Nufik, Athos Jones, Simon, Croc Doll. The four stood up and bowed to Loya. This is the courage that a big power should have, and it must not be lost because of the closeness of the relationship. Looking at the three of them, Loya squinted his eyes and said to K. Rockthal, you go and try to contact the world government of that world and see if you can pull them into our camp. Don't worry, over there. You are not your opponent yet, and there is no other Heavenly King in the seal of the Heavenly King, so make sure they come back safely. Understood. Rochdale nodded solemnly. If the world government as the largest organization joined them, it would be more helpful than the Navy and the silenced army. It's just different from the seriousness of the others, Ming suddenly asked in a dejected manner. When did you find out? Among the four, Rochdale protects them as a fist, Simon has the strongest brain and is good at lobbying, and Jones is a Tianlong person who can make the world government suspicious. So why was he asked to go with him? There is only one answer. When did you find out? That you are the son of Ottoman, right? Loya asked indifferently, and suddenly sighed. It is true that we had no irreconcilable conflict with the world government before. If it wasn't for the Antonio family intervening through the blood of the king, my father and I represented the 5 old stars. There is a greater chance of cooperation. Quote. It is true that Ming is the son of Ottoman, but because his hair color is pure black instead of the pale gold of his parents, he was sent to the chaotic area of the East China Sea by the green version of Ottoman with his mother. That is, into the cold palace. Ming is willing to help Osman, except for the seemingly ridiculous reason that the other party abandoned their mother and son, but the real thing is his biological father, but also to make the mother who died of illness right. She is a great mother. She is qualified to be buried in the family cemetery. But it doesn't matter. As long as I'm still alive, I won't let her continue to be shamed. Loya said with a smile. I see, thanks. The legendary King of Murderer, Ming would show such a sunny smile, which was absolutely unimaginable in the past. After arranging the 3 groups of people, Loya was ready to continue, but at this moment, someone suddenly asked a question that was extremely terrifying. Wait, Lord Loya, since there is no real King of Heaven there, so, what about you? Yes. Since there is no real Heavenly King there, then Loya, who is also a Heavenly King, also does not exist. Then the problem comes. It has been nearly 10 years since Loya appeared, and at the end of the era of the great pirates, he was almost completely destroyed by him alone. Changed direction. If Loya didn't exist, what would the trajectory of that world look like? Thinking about it makes me terrified. At this moment, Loya really wants to tell them that a world without him is the normal direction of this world. In this situation now, he simply broke the jar. I also want to be an ordinary person in this world, watch the tides rise and fall, drink tea and dance swords, and enjoy the rivers and lakes. But the concubine can't do it. The mess Ivy left behind was on the head almost from the beginning, and there was no second choice at all. So, Loya glanced at the speaker blankly, and said lightly, you will know. I hope you will not be hit. The other party is a member of the Navy. 2 years ago, the first year of the pirate in the original book, the year when Luffy went to sea, in that year, almost the entire Navy was nailed to the shame of Jinchuriki column. Chiwahai was wiped out too. One of them was even ready to steal the country in Alabasta of the original Tianlong family, and was finally rescued by a group of pirates. In the war on the top, Blackbeard took away Whitebeard's Junjun fruit and became the new 4 emperors. The second time prisoners escaped in the Advanced City, most of the villains in LV6 escaped. Admiral Aokiji and Akainu left in a decisive battle, and the Navy suffered heavy losses. The supernova has as many as double digits, and together with the rising Blackbeard and others, it is called the Extremely Evil Generation. Just like this original story, if the Navy in this world sees it, I don't know how it will feel. Startled by Loya's expression, the man shrank his head and remained silent. The plans were arranged one by one, including the exploration team to search for the traces of the king, including the logistics team responsible for preparing the materials, etc. All of them were determined one by one. In the end, Loya faced the army of transmigrators in various senses, and once again Bo. Thank you so much, everyone. Lord Loya is not welcome, we are also protecting ourselves. That's right. For our loved ones, for our world. For our homeland. Fight. For justice. For Lord Loya. The crowd is enthusiastic, screaming in the sky. After the rectification is completed, the army will set off the day after tomorrow. Loya greeted Simon, flapped his wings and returned to Turtle Island. A lot of people went to this operation, but there were more people who didn't go with them. Powerhouses in Scylla and 5 old stars, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, an acquaintance in the Navy, various giants in the Dark World, and so on. Like them, there are still people in Turtle Island who have not left. For example, because of the same time lapse on both sides, Enelo and Tony, who need to defend against the enemy invasion, also for example. Nicole Robin. The light reflected on the window proved that Robin had not rested, and Loya came to the door and knocked. Please come in. Pushing the door and entering, Loya looked at Robin sitting on the edge of the bed with a guilty conscience, squeezed out a dog-legged smile and said, "Wife, how are you doing recently? Is the medicine prescribed by Ms. Clea effective? I will not go. Beat her." Robin. Then frown. Stand up straight for my mother. Chapter 724 Ivy, what the hell? I am my own son. Yes. Loya's face instantly became very upright, and his serious appearance seemed to be deciding something major. Such a strong contrast made Robin unable to hold back, and shook his head with a wry smile. Can't you wait? The next blooming season will be in a year. To prepare for the wedding, Robin planted flowers on Turtle Island a long time ago. It's hard to get mature, but Guy is beaten with an extra punch. Later, Robin didn't give up and planted it again. Seeing that tomorrow is the flowering period, the entire Turtle Island will be wrapped in countless Yuhi's blue and bright flowers. But Loya is leaving. Don't say a little resentment, even if you throw a big mouth on Loya, you can't fault it. After listening to Robin's words, Loya also smiled bitterly. I don't want to be disturbed in my peaceful life after marriage. I give you a promise but can't give you a peace. My dignity does not allow me to do this. And if the king is not eliminated, this world will never be no peace. That's why I said, how do you have such a childish temper, how do you calculate so much? Robin gave him an angry look and continued to knit the sweater in his hand. The IQ doesn't need to be too high, the intelligence is dominant. The rest are just simple routines. Loya knew that Robin understood himself, and his face suddenly thickened. He hurried to Robin's side, sat on the edge of the bed and bent over, his ears pressed against her stomach. What did Clea say? Is the baby all right? Ding. Robin, dumbfounded, stabbed his face with a needle that could resist cannonballs. What's wrong with only a month? If you hadn't sensed the second life force, I wouldn't have felt it myself. What's wrong with 1 month? 1 month doesn't count as pregnancy. Loya screamed, when I come back, I will move the entire Sakura kingdom to Turtle Island. It's like you are pregnant without dozens of doctors waiting on you. You listen to me on this matter, you were right. Move the entire Sakura kingdom. Robin's eyelids jumped when he heard it, and the words came to his mouth, and he swallowed them hard. I heard that prenatal education should be done as early as possible, so she cannot learn to scold people while still in the womb. After a pause, Robin forcibly changed the subject. Speaking of Loya, I have given birth to your children, should you tell me something? What's the matter? It's about your parents. Robin looked sad. My mother died under the fire, and only Hagwaru D. Saren can attend the wedding as an elder. What about yours? Where are your parents? Loya's hands froze when he heard the words, and he blinked, ready to continue to fool the past. But when I remembered that this person was my wife and the mother of my son, how I used to make excuses before, but now I can't say anything. Why son? Joke. Talent points are not for nothing. I also want a cute, well-behaved, sensible daughter. It turned out to be a frizzy bear boy, what can I do? I am also very disappointed. Raising his head, Loya looked at Robin seriously. They can't come because Loya's parents are not in this world. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in the bedroom. Loya was choked and coughed continuously, and looked at the white figure showing his body a little dazedly. Mom, Why did you come out? Ivy snapped. You're very subtle, you bastard. A slap slapped Loya, and Ivy turned her head and looked at Robin with kindness and kindness. You are Robin, right? Oh, you look so beautiful. Robin was also stunned. You must know that Roha's ability is almost engraved into his instinct. Ordinary people want to blow him away. Even if they stand there and do not resist at all, it is impossible to give you 10,000 chances. The man in front of him not only did it, he even said, "Wait, Mom." Robin was suddenly startled and stood up in a panic. "Hello Aunt, please take a seat." "Sit." "I can't sit." Ivy reached out and swiped across the table, her white jade-like arm sunk in. "I'm just a conscious body now, I don't actually exist." Speaking of which, Ivy glanced at Loya who had pulled herself out of the wall, oh hee, and covered his mouth. "Except for him, of course, I'm his mother." Robin's face is dumbfounded, and I understand the reason. But is there any necessary connection between them? Condensing a piece of ice on his face, Loya sat opposite the two women and gestured with his eyes. "Are you sure you want to tell him the truth? Tell her that you are a fictional character. What do you think, you little head?" Ivy returned with a look of caring for the mentally retarded. "Of course, just tell her about things outside the world. You are not as reluctant to be on Earth. Family. Then it is inevitable to become the guardian of the illusion, and it is also inevitable to leave this world. So you have to leave with her. Don't tell me you are willing to leave their orphans and widows in this world. The guardians of illusions can't enter the illusions. The big deal is to let them live in Zagu. In the fantasy space, you can set any style you want by yourself." Quote. Is there such an operation? Robin felt very embarrassed when he saw the two of them looking at each other. Ahem, Loya, you just said that your parents are not in this world, so. Who is this? Is it shameful for you to be caught lying and being caught? But Robin didn't expect that Loya really didn't lie this time. Hearing Robin's words, Ivy turned around and took her hand. But not. Putting her hands together, Ivy put her chin on it and said, "He's right, his parents are indeed not in this world." Huh. A trace of 8 trigrams flashed in Robin's eyes. Looking at the expressions of the two, it's not so bloody yin and yang, don't you think? Cough. You don't need to be so smart at this time, Robin. Loya gave her a helpless look, then looked at Ivy who was posing in a pose, and said to Robin, I'll officially introduce, this is Christopher. Fu Ivy, the ancient blue star people called her Edith, the symbol of death and darkness, the Tianyu people called her the King of Heaven, the Lord of the Sky, unstoppable as a natural disaster. This one is Nicole Robin, an archaeologist in O'Hara. What? Heavenly King. Robin almost bit his tongue in surprise, raised his head and said to Loya with some vigilance, aren't you guys going to deal with the king this time? What the hell is going on? This one. It's a bit complicated. Loya buttoned his cheeks, the bruises were almost gone. But if you say it, it will probably come out again. Ivy glared at Loya at the moment, and pouted, what can't you say? Isn't it because the old lady made an oolong and left her body in this world? Come on, I'll tell you Robin. This guy is the king they're going to deal with. Wait, there's something wrong. Ivy suddenly understood something, and suddenly pulled Loya over, pinching his face to observe carefully. You call me Mom, right? Because your body is fused with my dragon's body, it's like I gave birth to your ice dragon. Yes, is it swollen? Then the other half of my dragon body is not related to you as a sibling. Ivy's eyes widened, but your dragon body is actually me. So. Ivy pointed at her nose with a stiff expression, am I my own son? Chapter 725 Our son will be a monster. A little messy, this relationship is a little messy. Ivy instantly had a headache, although as a conscious body, she did not have that function. But at this moment, it's not wrong to describe it with a word of electric wave chaos, because her body began to slap in circles. Looking at Ivy who was at a loss to himself, Robin asked Roha with an embarrassed expression and politeness, your mother. Has it always been like this? Don't pay attention to her, the power supply is not enough. Loya rubbed his chin angrily, and then explained to Robin, as you heard just now, it is also the fact that I told you. I belong to the same body as the King of Heaven, and then it was divided into two parts. I represent part of the law and goodness of the dragon, and what remains in Marijoa represents destruction and chaos. Every creature has these two opposites and opposites, but the dragon is somewhat special, that's all. Then, why did she give up her body? She also divided herself into two parts. And such a terrifying action. Robin was amazed. For the sake of my personal safety, take that incident as an accident. Loya quietly avoided this topic. Because of an accident, she lost control of her body, and the speciality of the dragon's body is here. In the beginning of human beings, nature is inherently evil. After losing the shackles of soul consciousness, the dragon, relying on its completely unreasonable racial superiority, will magnify the evil side in his heart infinitely, until it destroys the world. For the safety of this world, Mom, she split her body into two parts, the two parts one just said. Then we used our power to build a seal and seal the side that represents evil. The heavenly king I want to deal with, the dragon of evil. Be careful when you speak, that's you too, kid. No, you can't say that either. What's the matter? So it is. Robin calmly ignored Ivy. In just a few minutes, she learned how to communicate with Ivy without a teacher, which is not a genius. Then you call her mommy to explain, but what about your parents? What's out of this world? Phew, finally back around. Loya took a deep breath and said solemnly, look at my eyes, Robin. Do you know whether other worlds exist other than the world we live in? As the kobold said, aliens. It's not wrong to understand this way, but the distance is farther. You can't find the world I live in if you search this universe. For some reason, Loya, who was called the alien on his back, was a little embarrassed, but he quickly sorted out his emotions. I'm not a human born and raised in this world. I'm not the D family, not the Tianyu people, or some kind of Roshko kobold empire, but from another world. A completely different world. Quote. The world inhabited by a group of firephobics. They make enough weapons to destroy their world hundreds of times, but there is no way to deal with such weapons. None. Ivy suddenly interjected, and then continued to fall into a vicious circle of ethics. Loya. Okay, I probably understand. Robin nodded, and pulled out a book called Kun Quan Divine Grant. What is God? Where is God? Questionable reading. Like the kingdom of God this book talks about, it's different from the world we live in, right? That's right. Once again, Loya remembered the fear overshadowed by the question, pulled the book out of Robin's hand, and threw it into space with his backhand. That's why I said that my parents couldn't come here. After all, it's a big event like crossing the world, and it's not something we can do easily by running to the moon. Then, because of some special talents, I came to this world and merged with the other half of the dragon body left by the King Ivy, so I added her as a cheap mother. Ah, what's wrong with you, Robin? Robin's face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Loya hurried over to hold her hand and asked anxiously, what's wrong? Is there any discomfort? No, nothing. Robin was taken aback, looked back at Loya, and said excitedly, so, isn't our child a monster? Ah. Think about it. I'm a hybrid of the Tianyu human race and the D race, right? Loya nodded, and then the corner of his mouth twitched. So it was. That magical reproductive isolation didn't even take effect. Then you are equivalent to a hybrid of human and dragon from another world branch, not counting the rest of the unknown bloodlines in our body. Just counting this way, our children have 4 completely different bloodlines. Quote. Robin's eyes lit up. You said before that the Tianyu people are noble and elegant, with a high IQ, and are good at using technology, right? Luoya understood in an instant, widened his eyes and waved his hand. I tell you, prenatal education can be done, but it is a bad habit to act too hastily. My child is my master. This is a piece of flesh on my body. Robin retorted. And then, the D family has a strong spiritual talent. Not to mention the dragon's body, he will still be in the future. Will inherit your magical power. Tell me about Loya. In the world you used to live in, do you humans have any powerful talents? Good at infighting and self-destruction. The entire universe is invincible. There are hundreds of countries in a place the size of a palm, and only one leader in every galaxy of others. Shut up. Loya glared at Ivy and said to Robin seriously, if you have any racial talent, the humans in our place probably only have resilience. Toughness, what kind of talent is that? Robin wondered. It's the kind of toughness that is like weeds. As long as the probability of survival is not fixed at 0, then we can definitely survive and continue the race. We can be weak, but we will not perish. This is human. The matter of prenatal education can't be rushed, and it's not too much of a truth. I can only hope that Robin will understand. As a new fantasy nightmare, it is impossible for Ivy to stay by Robin's side for a long time, and Roja just wants things to end smoothly so that he can watch by himself. Back in the ice area, the huge Hades battleship finally revealed its true body in front of the world. Its huge size and hideous appearance, just like its code name, is a steel behemoth that symbolizes death. No villain dares to jump at this time. In addition to the oppression brought about by the birth of Hades, there are more anti-world government accomplices, undead legions and the world government's three forces at the same time. The Battle of the Kings is about the survival of the world, and success or failure depends on it. Even the 5 old stars who are getting thinner, and want to gain weight in a hurry, don't dare to do anything at this moment. Time came to July 3, 1522 in the Haiyuan calendar. In the early morning, the army of transmigrators was assembled and ready to go. Floating in midair, Loya looked at the energetic group of warriors in front of him and took a deep breath. Go. Chapter 726 The King is Born. Last time asking for a subscription. Silasama, Ice Dragon and the others are here. In the hinterland of the Antonio family, a guard rushed in a panic. He was wearing a dark linen suit because the previous patriarch Antonio Caro had just passed away. It's the same study, the same blue shirt. Slowly raising his head, Shinra looked out the window. Through the high wall, he could not see the scene outside, but he could hear the screams of the crowd outside. Pluto's domineering and ferocious appearance is extremely deterrent. In the process of slowly driving towards Mary Joa, there is no need for any notification, and no one dares to stop it. Those standing on the deck are even more prominent figures in the ranks. Even if Hades doesn't show his power, this group of guys is definitely not something that Mary Joa can bear. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Shadows fell over everyone's heads, and the sky was dark. Feeling the overwhelming terrifying pressure, Sheila stood up and closed the book. Come on, the guests are here. What's that? It's Ice Dragon Loya. That's what he looked like when he was completely beastized. He was the one who trampled a lot of people to death 2 years ago. Such a huge creature turned out to be a human. Mary Joa, countless people huddled together in panic. Hades smashed the riverbank and drove into Mary Joa from the front with a destructive attitude. Above their heads, an ice crystal giant dragon with a size comparable to a sea king hovered there, flapping its wings, rolling up the sky and snow. As the ruler of the world government, the 5 old stars soon came to the outdoors. But in the face of the 2 terrifying opponents, Hades and Loya, the 5 were full of bitterness. What is this all about? In the past, someone dared to show off their might in Mary Joa, and they dispatched elite soldiers to destroy it immediately. The background of the world government is not ordinary, even Loya before the breakthrough has to be cautious. But only 2 years have passed, or even a year or a few months, and the terrifying monster has reached a level they can't imagine. The so-called heritage is ridiculous in the face of absolute strength. So, Wu Laoxing shouted loudly, Master Binglong, please accept the magical power. We have prepared refreshments in the restaurant, and we hope you will move. Loya. Will you speak? Sorry, I'm in a hurry. The golden vertical pupils swept across them, and the overwhelming dragon might be destroyed. Those Tianlong people who were a little weaker immediately fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. Scylla. Loya lifted the dragon's head lightly and said in a loud voice, I'm here. I don't want to pursue the past. Now, either, open the seal. Or, I will destroy this place. You choose. Loya himself can break the seal, but the consequence is that the king who escaped from the predicament will definitely fight him without hesitation. After all, it takes a certain amount of time for Zaku to transfer all the members to the mirror world. What emanates from this level of battle is not called the aftermath. It is called a natural disaster. To all creatures, to the whole world, it is a terrible natural disaster. Long time no see, Loya. As soon as the words fell, Shinluo appeared in everyone's sight. He stood on the top of the seal tower, looking out over the whole city. Behind Hades, Drago's face was gloomy, staring at Scylla. The plan has changed. It stands to reason that Vegapunk will return to Shinluo after his death, and then the two can continue to build Hades with the help of Vegapunk's scientific research technology, forcing the Legion of the Dead and Loya to withdraw from the battle. But until today, Scylla hasn't sent anyone to send him any news. It's as if he's been abandoned. Yeah, it's been a long time. Like the ancient gods looking down at the common people, Loya looked down at the tiny Scylla, his upper and lower jaws opened and closed. Teacher Zephyr once said that you have peace in your arms. Dreams. Now the world is at stake, you won't make irrational decisions, will you? Of course not. Don't worry about that. Shinluo had a warm smile on his face, but Loya and Drago suddenly had a bad feeling in their hearts. But at this moment, after Scylla finished speaking, he immediately took out a crystal-clear dragon scale from Kabuto, and the breath emitting from it told Loya that this was the key left by Ivy's mouth. At the same time, Scylla also took off the long-lost white sword day from his back. Ah, my eyes. I can't see. What happened? It hurts. I'm blind. Readaloud is as pitiful as always. Everyone who looks at it for the first time is blinded. Even a powerful being like Qingzi frowned and closed his eyes, turned his head to the side, and dared not open his eyes straight. See. This is the key to unlocking the Holy Land of Heavenly King. Shinluo threw the dragon scales into the sky, and the dragon scales fluttered horizontally in the air against the rules of gravity, and stopped beside Loya's face. This sword is what our Antonio family has used to control the King of Heaven for the past few hundred years. Slowly swiping his fingers across Readaloud's blade, Shinluo said, but now, it looks like it's an ordinary weapon. What are you trying to say, Sheila? I just want to try it. A long-hidden guess. A calm but frantic smile appeared on Shinluo's face. The next moment, he held the handle of the knife with both hands and slammed it down fiercely. Plug it in. Gone. Loya scolded and shouted loudly, Zagu, send us over there. Understood. The dull answer resounded throughout the world, and this voice echoed in the ears of every creature in this world at an equal volume. The quaint and powerful breath came through the sound, which made people worship. Golden Dragon Zaku. The only creature born from the dream world, the manager, scheduler, and guardian of the self-formed dream world. Just as there must be a fantasy nightmare to protect the fantasy world, he is the nightmare between dreams. As the oldest guardian, Zaku's power is beyond the reach of even the true gods. Scylla's guess was correct. The dragon scales Ivy left behind were indeed the only key to open the seal, but that sword could also open the seal. Destroy the seal by violently breaking the door from the outside. This is the backhand left by Ivy. When the dragon scale fails, there is a way to break the seal. However, the time to use it is by no means now. Click. The black crack appeared at the top of the tower, then spread rapidly, and soon spread to the base of the tower, and continued outward, tearing the ground of Mary Joa. The breath coming from below is so familiar and frightening, but at this moment, Scylla is laughing very loudly. The world needs to be remade. Not by you, not by me, but by itself. The warriors of the Antonio family, obey my order, and destroy this city and all the dragon people." Having said this, Shinluo took a deep breath and stared at the huge Marijoa with icy cold eyes. "Kill them all." Ow! Countless shadows acted with the sound of the dragon roaring into the sky, and the screams instantly covered up the sound of the tower collapsing. Shinluo was buried by gravel, not knowing his life or death, but at this moment, Luoya can't take care of him anymore. The sky is full of dark clouds, and the thunder is flashing. The brilliance of the sun was blocked by the darkness, and thick smoke rose into the sky, and a pair of Yuhi's eyes were visible in the shadows. "Ah, should I say long time no see, or should I say first meeting? My brothers and sisters." Ice Dragon. Loya. Chapter 727 Go Back in Time. The other party's voice made Roha a little absent-minded, because he had heard this voice just when he broke through the third order set by the evil taste system left by Ivy. "Loya, find me." At that time, Loya thought that the system was the biggest villain, and was worried all day long. But after entering the dreamland for the first time, seeing Ivy and Zaku, and knowing the story behind his time travel, Loya rejected the idea, thinking that the sentence was left to him by Ivy. But now it seems that it was not Ivy who left a message to him when he broke through, but the other half of the dragon, the king. Boom! The huge dragon claws stepped on the ground, and the hard stone road was like a dirt road in a mountain village after the rain, and a huge footprint was stepped on lightly. "Ivy, let's call him the King of Heaven for now." The King of Heaven has exactly the same shape as Loya, the same size, the same scales, and even the arrangement of the dragon patterns on his body is exactly the same. But there is an obvious difference between the two sides, which makes people able to separate them at a glance. That is, after Loya's dragonization, his body is a sky blue ice crystal, shining under the sunlight, crystal clear, as holy as a god. On the other hand, the Heavenly King on the other side is dark and dazzling. It is also an ice crystal-like body, but the sun will not leave any traces on it. That abyss-like evil aura, just standing there, can devour everything around it. Light distorted around her, space and time were chaotic around her. Just staring at her, Loya felt as if someone had hit him with a hammer. The incarnation of power, as expected, has the difference between a team dungeon big boss and a graduation outfit player. "Soldiers, protect the civilians to evacuate. Antonio Silla has ordered the massacre. He's crazy." At this moment, Drago roared, and mobilized the bewildered soldiers of the anti-world government alliance to fight with the killer of the Antonio family. In this regard, Loya really felt a little tired. Because what Silla said was to kill all the heavenly dragons. He has already intentionally surrendered the supreme authority, but Dorag doesn't seem to be at ease. "So, how could I hand the world to a person like you? However, since you said that Silla was going to massacre the city, it really kills it." A magic seal was activated, and Loya engraved what he wanted to say in it and sent it back to Turtle Island. With Ulysses as a top-level combat force guarding him, when he comes back, everything will be settled. During this process, the king did not make any movement, and quietly looked at Loya. It's not that she doesn't want to, it's that she can't. Zaku's power is invincible in fantasy. None of them. After Loya shouted that sentence, this area was locked by Zaku. It seems that it still exists in this world, and the surrounding environment has not changed, but in fact, this area has been transferred out of One Piece world and came here. Inside the unique vault between dreams. Here, as long as the new fantasy nightmare Ivy and Zaku, who is in charge of the entire dreamland, are unwilling, the King of Heaven will never be able to fight against the rules. But Loya can't shoot either. Because his strength is too strong, if he adjusts his power a little, this fragile vault will completely collapse, causing the illusion to be recast. So at this moment, the king is very calm, his evil eyes staring at Loya unblinkingly. "Have you moved the battlefield? You, still as innocent as ever." Naive. Loya was stunned for a moment, then smiled strangely. "I'll let you understand that innocence is the most terrifying thing." At this moment, strange fluctuations swept the entire sky in the blink of an eye, and the people on Hades, Loya and Heavenly King stopped moving at the same time. The next moment, they disappeared in place. After sending them to the mirror world, Ivy moved the area back to the One Piece world with the help of Zaku. Through the perspective between the dreams, Zaku seriously looked at the golden door representing the illusion of One Piece. "It's over, Ivy. Your hatred and ambition are over. Kaka." As soon as the words fell, a crack appeared on the golden door, as if it was about to collapse. But immediately, a white light floated over it, and the crack quickly disappeared. Vaguely, a shadow flashed past the door, seemingly showing a smile to Zaku. Just like countless epochs ago, the day the two met for the first time. "Me, I don't have a name." "Then you can call Ivy. This is the name of the land where you were born. As for the surname, how about Christopher, in memory of the world you destroyed?" "Christopher Ivy, my name is Christopher Ivy." A white light suddenly appeared in front of Loya's eyes, blocking his sight. When he could see things again, he had already appeared on a large-scale island from Marihoa, who had been swept up in smoke. At this moment, he still maintains the huge body after dragon transformation, but looking at the forest in front of him, Loya is a little confused. "I'm going, where's Pluto? Where's the big Pluto? It was behind me just now." At this moment, Loya suddenly felt that something had pricked his tail. He can be sure that he didn't wag his tail just now, so he could only get pricked. Turning his head and looking, a bearded human wearing animal skin stared at the broken spear in his hand in a stunned manner, and then yelled at him angrily. From time to time, he also hammers his chest, trying to provoke the huge monster in front of him, or to show his power and terror. Then, snapped. Loya flicked his tail, and the man flew from one end of the forest to the other. He left a large part of his strength, otherwise this guy would explode into a blood fog directly on the spot. Just as he was about to get up, Loya turned to look at the direction where the bearded humans flew away. "That guy looks a little familiar." "No." Loya panicked instantly, smashing the trees and running over. When he came to the coast, the human was in a coma, and his left leg was bent into 390-degree angles. When he came to him, Loya thought about it and poured a trace of vitality into him. Although the fracture could not be cured immediately, it could at least hang his life. Then, Loya picked up a sea beast from the sea and pulled out an ancient tree from the forest. Placing these two things side by side with him, making a gesture of size and length, Loya took a deep breath. "Patriarch Loken, why are you?" That's right, the bearded human who appeared in front of Loya and stabbed him was the former village chief of Elbaf, Loken, whom Loya knew in Elbaf. Loki's dad. At this time, Loya suddenly remembered that when he found the dragon-slaying sword, Loken told him that he met the legendary dragon on a small island. After some fierce unilateral hanging, Loken fell to the ground with serious injuries, and escaped back to Elbaf. That's why the idea of creating a great sword that can slash dragons was born. At that time, it should have been more than 100 years ago from the time he was in. If you say so. Did I come more than 100 years ago in the mirror world, or more than 100 years ago in the original world? Loya looked around, staring blankly at the tumbling sea water around her. Speaking of, Loken attacked the dragon for the first time and was not counterattacked. He was attacked after creating a trap to provoke him. If I came to a place in the original world, more than 100 years ago, didn't the past change? Thinking of the various suspense movies about the fallacy of time and space in the previous life, Loya shuddered. Among them, there is a movie called Previous Destination that Loya still remembers. As an orphan, the protagonist met a scumbag when he grew up. After a night of wind and rain, the scumbag disappeared without a trace, but she unfortunately pregnant. In the end, in a crisis, the scumbag saved her with his life and sent her seriously injured back to her place of work. There, she was found to have both male and female organs, because the female organ was destroyed, so the doctor performed a sex reassignment operation on her, so that she became he. However, this is not the most terrifying, because the face that appeared in the mirror is that scumbag. And the organization that the scumbag works is called the Time and Space Administration. In the end, he sent the baby he gave birth to the orphanage where he grew up and became an agent of the Time and Space Administration. To sum up, this is a story of oneself giving birth to oneself and abandoning oneself. Seriously thinking about it, isn't it? Just as the area of Loya's psychological shadow continued to expand, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Cough, sorry, I forgot there are many archives here. Wait for me to find. Aha, I found it, and it's here. Then, without waiting for Loya to ask a question, the next moment, his eyes flashed and he disappeared from this world again. Take a day off, and make up for it tomorrow. For example, Dashu has something to do today and can't go back for the time being. It's 11 or 12 when we go back, so I hereby ask for a day off. There is a manuscript in the archive, but it is not on the mobile phone. This is the leave request form sent by the mobile assistant, so I hope everyone will forgive me. Hey, this is the daily life of a working dog. People can't help themselves in the rivers and lakes. Chapter 728 Loya, why are you moving out? It's not enough to sink the land. The waves slowly beat the golden sand, the sea and the sky were the same color, sparkling. The fastest update, several seabirds fell on the beach, filling their stomachs with long beaks looking for hermit crabs and small turtles in the sand. Did the roar of wild beasts sound in the forest, and flocks of flying birds were startled. The people on Hades were moved to the middle of this island, but they didn't have time to find the lost Loya, but gathered together to think about an important question. Such a big Pluto, how to transport it from the center of the forest more than 10 miles away from the coast to the sea? That's right, they appeared in the same location as Loya, and it was still that huge island comparable to the mainland. And in the same way, it also appeared in the middle of the forest. It's just that this time, Loken didn't make trouble, because they didn't appear more than 100 years ago, but in 1520 of the Haiyuan calendar. In the mirror world without the appearance of the Uranus, the butterfly effect made the island not destroyed by the terrible climate of the Great Root and remained intact. If you push hard, you will definitely not be able to push it. The people present couldn't push Hades forward for more than 10 miles, not to mention that there was a waterfall blocking the way in front of him. So the final result of the discussion was that K. Rockdal took the rest to clear the route, Iokiji helped to make the slippery wood, and the rest collected materials to weave ropes, and then dragged Hades out together. At this moment, a huge figure appeared in the sky. Instead of being surprised, the crowd shouted loudly, Loya, come and help. Ha, finally found you. Loya, who had just appeared, looked down and burst into tears of excitement. After Zaku's voice came, he was immediately teleported away and came to the same place in the hinterland of this island, but at a different time. During the transmission process, Zaku told Loya a little embarrassedly. The days of the Mirage Guardian are boring, but as the master of the dreams, I can't enter the Mirage. So every time I want to play in a Mirage, I copy it. That way I can go in and play it. It won't have any effect on reality if it crashes. So many One Piece worlds or illusions you copied. How boring are you? No, it's different here. Zaku retorted excitedly at the time. Here I created a precedent, and archived every year as a unit. If the game crashes, you can skip that year and go to another archive point. Although this will result in a lot of work. It will increase, but click and play for a year, it is really fun. Quote. Co-authoring here is really a live-action version of a virtual online game. Loya's inner spit is almost as strong as an explosion. If it hadn't been beaten, he would no longer be able to control his Kirin arm. In this way, Loya was stuffed into the archives again and again by Zaku, and after 100 times, he finally found the Transmigrator Legion in 1520. This unreliable character made Loya ask at that time. Zagu, what is the relationship between you and Ivy? Why do you ask this all of a sudden? Probably, it's a father and daughter, right? I'm not blood related to her, but she was raised by me. The truth is revealed, viewers. This is the source of Ivy being so unreliable. In fact, Loya should have thought of this long ago. If Ivy really evolved from an ordinary giant dragon, why would she know so much about other worlds? To know the first rule of the Guardian, it is not to enter the illusion casually. So there is only one truth, and Ivy's knowledge of other worlds even said, "Do it yourself." It all comes from the words and deeds of Zaku, who has long been a guardian. The location is the replica fantasy created by Zaku when he was bored. And this learning process is the process of Ivy growing up. All the unreliable foundations and the careless source of all evils come from the legendary golden dragon Zaku. Back at the right time, Loya first said hello to everyone, and suddenly remembered a question. "Zagu, since I was sent to the wrong place by you, what about the king of the day?" It's not that he doesn't trust Zaku, but that the psychological shadow area left by Ivy is too large, forcing Loya to act cautiously. In this regard, Zaku gave a positive answer, "Of course. It was sent to the wrong place." Puff. "But don't worry about it, your strength is too strong. Even if I don't make a mistake, the self-intervention of the magic in your body will affect the time of landing." Seeing Luo Yaji's bloody face, Zaku explained, Before sending you back, I've put her in a no man's land in the new world at this point in time." "Wait, she's gone." "Nani?" Loya was shocked and hurriedly asked, "So you can help us find her?" In the previous exchanges, Ivy kept emphasizing that he had to rely on himself, which led Loya to subconsciously think that Zaku could not help him find the King of Heaven. Now it seems that it is not impossible, but unwilling. "I can help you find her, Loya. But do you really want me to do that?" Zaku suddenly put away his unreliable tone and said earnestly, "This is the last regret left by Ivy, and it is also your first trial to become a guardian. Ask yourself, Loya, you need my help." Loya was silent. Zaku was right. Regardless of this being his first threshold trial to become a guardian, Ivy's entrustment alone made him unable to accept Zaku's help. Ordinary traversers will traverse after crossing. Chengwang Chunko needs to work hard on his own. Many people die prematurely because they are out of tune with the world they traverse. Only him. Get a great power right from the start. Ivy's righteous half-body has reason, and has no negative emotions other than devouring the other party. If she continues to exist, she may not find a way to eliminate the king. But Ivy still did that. Through weak interference, she gave up waiting and put all her hopes on him. How could Loya leave a smudge on it in the face of such trust? After a pause, Loya smiled casually. "You're right, Zaku, I don't need it." "Then good luck, Loya." "Wait, I have one last question. You said, this world," Loya clenched his fists, "will it squeeze me out because I use too much power? If so, wouldn't it make sense to transfer you?" Zaku smiled. "Let go of your hands and fight, Loya. You want to destroy the mirror world I created, hundreds of epochs too early. Che, look how beautiful you are." Back to reality, Aokiji and the others were still waiting for Loya to nod. The original plan was shelved indefinitely. Since Loya came, there was no room for their methods. With the terrifying and strange power of Loya's dragon transformation, it is easy to transport Pluto. Originally, it should be so. "Master Aokiji, take everyone back to the other side of the island." Qingzi was stunned when he heard the words, and then smiled. "Don't worry about our Loya, you can just move it. Who can follow you to this world to destroy the king? Which one will be weak enough to be accidentally trampled to death by you?" "Ha ha ha. Yes, Loya, don't underestimate us." Marshal Qingzi is right. I won't be trampled to death, that would be too embarrassing. Who knew that after hearing their words, Loya looked blank. Move. What? Suddenly, a bad guess appeared in the minds of the people who were most familiar with Loya. Didn't they move out? What are you going to do? Sure enough, Loya said the next moment, since it is stuck on the land, then it's not enough to sink the land. Aokiji. G-Rock doll. The rest. Chapter 729 Loya Transport Aircraft. What you said makes a lot of sense, I can't refute it. A ghost. Is the mirror world not the world? It is everyone's responsibility to take care of the environment. Aokiji's expression stiffened for a few seconds, then suddenly clasped his chin and said, "No need to exaggerate, Loya, just move it out." "Wait, we'll go now." When Qingzi spoke, Luo Shu had soared from an ordinary person height of 2.5 meters to a dragon body of nearly 20 meters. This is the form that Luo Shu will only show when he is real, and the magic power that can be output is no different from a complete dragon transformation. At this time, the green pheasant didn't care to advise anything. Half of the body was elementalized, and then disappeared in a flash. The rest of the people also reacted one after another, and they all fled in a hurry. Loya definitely doesn't want to kill them, and being affected is generally not life-threatening, but the taste must be very unpleasant. It is not difficult for Loya to destroy the land within a radius of tens of kilometers, but on this basis, not to hurt Hades requires him to invest 12 points of energy. In the end, K-Roctal still followed Loya's veteran for so many years. When the others were busy staying away from here, he wisely ran to the Pluto deck to stay. At this time, he suddenly said, "Lord Loya, if I do my best, I can support Hades for half a second, see if I can help." Half a second. Loya's eyes lit up. Enough. The method he just considered was to use violence to break the soil below, just like he did to Apayato on the Sky Island, leaving a Jinchuriki column to support Hades. But the tonnage of Hades is there, this method may not be successful. Now that there is half a second that K-Roctal strives for, Loya has changed his mind. You get ready first, and I count 3, 2, 1, and you'll prop it up. Understood. Wearing a silver velvet coat, K-Roctal stood on the deck biting his cigar, and the talisman on his forehead began to glow. The sea of yellow sand. The golden sand rose into the sky like a wave, and then quickly separated into strands of slightly smaller sand snakes, filling the surroundings of Hades. A large amount of yellow sand continued to accumulate, filling the bottom of Hades little by little. Seeing this, Loya opened his palm, and a faint blue flame kept beating in his palm. Get ready. 3, 2, it's now. To create such a large amount of yellow sand, even if K-Roctal was a dead person, he felt a little powerless. At this moment, he heard the order, bit off the cigar in one bite, and put his hand on the yellow sand. The coffin of the desert, get up. Squeak. Pluto made a metallic twisting sound that made Kiva sour, and was propped up bit by the tumbling sea of sand. At this moment, Luoya suddenly clenched his fists, and the blue flames turned into endless cold air, which was condensed by him. The profound truth of the Dragon Slayer of Ice, Tianyu is here. Boom. This time, it was no longer the Jinchuriki column light that was several meters thick, but a huge white light covering half of the island, suddenly descending on the earth. Hard stones and soil could not block the white light at all, and almost as soon as the white light appeared, the earth sank. 0.5 seconds, K-Roctal shouted, "I can't take it anymore." "Don't worry, go in and turn on the waterproof device." Understood. Boom. Crash. The yellow sand that supported Hades out of thin air spread out in an instant and fell down with Hades. At this time, K-Roctal turned into a black line, got into the cabin and quickly opened the waterproof device. Caw caw caw. In the process of falling, Pluto made a deafening steel collision sound from various parts, and the entire torso shrunk in a circle. Even the main gun, the goddess of death, retracted half of the barrel, and was buckled under a pot cover. Boom. Pluto fell into the sea, splashing huge waves. Immediately afterwards, the stagnant seawater on the edge of the island poured in, quickly submerging it. Seeing this, Loya changed back into human form, and beckoned to Aokiji, who stopped to check the situation in the distance. Let them come back and prepare to go. Aokiji looked at him with black lines on his head, and his resentment finally turned into a sigh, and took out the signal gun. Why am I so naive? Loya was unreliable from the beginning, and I didn't know it until today. A few minutes later, Pluto surfaced with a thud, and Rockdale turned on the drainage system and emerged from the cabin. Where are we going next, Commander? Commander. Loya pointed to his nose. Are you asking me? Yeah, Qingzi said from the side. When we were waiting for you, we thought that since we were going to lobby various forces to join this battle against the King of Heaven, we should have a strong name. The army of world traversers led by Ice Dragon. Isn't that a very good name? Loya asked strangely as he buckled the back of his head. It's your own good. A group of people complained neatly. Cough, Otherworld Coalition Army. This is the new name we set. Aokiji stood up as someone who was barely considered to be Roya's elder on the field and told Roya the answer. Of course, you are the supreme commander of the Allied forces. Loya. Can you still play like this? Whose organization decides the name will directly ignore the opinion of the supreme commander. In fact, long ago, the rest of the people began to despair over Loya's ability to name names. For example, their base, Turtle Island. It used to be called Turtle Island, and later it was called Turtle Island. As a result, during the first period of time, others were stunned for a long time when they heard the name Turtle Island, and then asked Jones, is your island a specialty turtle? Otherwise, Jones will not come out with a nickname of Cannibal Island. The same is true for the later Legion of the Undead, which sounds simple and clear. The legion formed by the undead is called the Legion of the Undead. What an apt name. But, as undead without any qualifications for enjoyment, they have always pursued the throbbing of their hearts. It is because of this that K. Rockdal strictly trains to strengthen his army. When outsiders see this group of undead showing terrifying qualities that countless living people do not have, the kind of fear in their eyes is what they enjoy very much. In the same way, the name of the undead army also made them slander. Those undead sent to various areas in the first half privately declared that they were not the undead army, but the Scourge army. It has nothing to do with betrayal or not, just because I think the name is bad. This situation was so serious that they dared to hide from Loya and set up a Scourge Corps of their own. Unless Loya asks, he will be absolutely silent. So, this time, K. Rockdal, who was mentally prepared, first excluded Loya from the scope of naming, and joined Aokiji and others to set the name first. Luoya still didn't notice how bad he was in this regard, and after complaining twice, he had to arrange. The previous plan remains unchanged, everyone should do what to do. But you must ensure your own safety, those killed by the king it will become the opponent's fighting power, I hope everyone is careful. Aokiji and the others looked solemn and nodded to show their understanding. Especially those who have broken through the limit of non-fruit ability like Kushiro, they will not lose any strength after death, but will become stronger. The position we are in now is the New World, Aokiji-sensei. You take everyone to the naval headquarters first, and you can arrive in 2 days at the speed of Hades. Learn Whitebeard and start directly on the Yuhi soil continent. One way out. Loya continued to arrange. If the King of Heaven transforms the undead madly, we will fall into absolute passive in 3 days at most, so we need to win over any fragmented time. Where are the rest of the people's destinations? Count them. If they are too far away, I will send you over there. In order to deal with the king, Loya is finally willing to let himself exist as a transport plane. Of course, it is impossible to go up on the back, at most let them find something to hang on their claws. Chapter 730 Who are they? Just when Loya and others were in urgent action, the New World and the 4 Emperor guys were located. The location where the King of Heaven descended was far away from here, but she instantly locked the position where Gai Duo was. The enemies of life were fully open, and the whole New World was within her perception range, and she came here in 10 minutes. In just one face-to-face effort, the entire Beast Pirates became her strength. And Gai Duo himself was beaten to the point of death when the king waved his hand, lying on the ground breathing out more and less. Horrible. This is a very scary woman. The Gai Duo in this mirror world is not the original Gai Duo after the change of heart. His dull brain made him unable to see the difference in strength clearly, and he recklessly launched an attack on the King of Heaven. But in just an instant, his intestines and half of his liver were pulled out by the king, and he fell softly to the ground. The powerful vitality is constantly acting on the wound, trying to heal the wound, but the magic left by the king continues to consume this vitality, making his breath weaker and weaker. Where the hell is this monster coming from? Such a terrifying power, why haven't I heard anything about it before? It didn't even appear in the various strange rumors passed down by word of mouth. Looking at the rows of former crew members behind the other party with their eyes flashing with green ghosts, Guy bit Kiba and asked, "What do you want to do?" "They are all my soldiers. From now on, not anymore." Heavenly King raised his chin slightly, and he was obviously the same height as an ordinary person, but it gave people the feeling that she was looking down on Guy more than a few. Of course she looked down, just like a human being looks at an ant. "You are very lucky to have many guys. Although you are just an ordinary person with special talents in this world, you will be honored to be my servant once again in the face of your ancestors in another world who were once my servants. Now, come here, kneel down to your queen." "You're dreaming. Pirates will never bow their heads." Guy roared frantically, dragging his severely injured body and launching a final charge towards the King of Heaven. Seeing this, the King of Heaven sneered, "The ignorant will eventually perish." Click. Boom. The black thunder came in an instant, and after the earth-shattering loud noise, Guy was almost wiped out. The aftermath of the thunder spread out, rolling up 1,000 waves, surging into the sky. The newly transformed undead had no resistance in the face of this divine power, and most of them were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Noticing the tragic state of the undead behind him, the king frowned, "Unbearable waste. How should you face Loya just by you?" What Loya didn't know was that in the original world, the power of the King of Heaven was indeed much stronger than him. If there was no dragon-slaying sword and a bunch of helpers, he would only have two endings of death, and death is miserable. But in this mirror world created by Zaku, the power that Tianwang can exert is not particularly strong. He forgot one thing, that is, the illusory nightmare will instinctively suppress foreign objects. As the creator of this mirror world, Zaku is the nightmare master here, and at the same time has opened up a back door for Loya. It was he who suppressed the power of the King of Heaven and turned it into a team copy BSS, with an unreasonable amount of blood, but no corresponding aggressiveness. Otherwise, with the character of destroying the half-body, there would be no idea of avoiding the war at all, and they would directly hit the door to destroy them. Loya has a large number of people and has the unique advantage of uniting local forces. The King of Heaven is powerful, but basically fights alone. Taken together, the two sides stand on the same starting line. What Loya has to do is to unite more people, unite as one, and destroy the king. This is also the job of the Guardian. When there is a problem in the fantasy world and the Guardian needs to enter and solve it, it is the stupidest way to do it alone or even cut the mess with a quick knife. Let everyone unite, find a way to overcome the difficulties, and intervene as a guide. That is what the Guardian needs to do. At the same time, this is also the last help Ivy left for Loya. 2 days later, the new world, Yuhi Land. Facing the huge battleship suspected of being Hades, the world government and the navy all became nervous. No one knows where the battleship came from or why they all wear kabuto caps. However, those guys who dared to take action on this battleship, from pirates to giants of the dark world, from the navy to the world government, were all sunk without exception, and the other party had no scruples at all. The opponent's goal is to point directly to the Yuhi soil continent, and it seems that he wants to go to the first half of the Great Route. However, the world government as the ruler will certainly not allow this unstable factor to rampage on the sea. As a result, on the edge of the Yuhi continent, a navy warship surrounded Hades. Standing on the edge of the warship, the old man with the dog-headed hat looked solemn, and the hand holding the donut could not be lifted when Hades appeared. They are all veterans who have been exposed to internal information, so just a glance, the rumor was confirmed. This is the real ancient weapon Hades. Hey, Sengoku, can you see that? Not far in front of Garp, there is a phone bug on the table. From the toed glasses on the phone bug's eyes, it can be seen that he is talking to the Marshal of the Navy Headquarters, Sengoku of the Buddha. Hearing Garp's question, Sengoku rubbed his temples with a headache. What a joke. Where did this ancient weapon come from? The war was about to begin, and a Pluto suddenly appeared, and Sengoku, who was not prepared, felt a headache from the bottom of his heart. After a pause, Sengoku said, "Let Aokiji and the others go over to find out the truth. At least before we start the war, we have to show enough goodwill." What if the other party is really Hades? You know the legend of the goddess of death. Garp asked in surprise. Don't tell me that the elementalization of those three little devils can ignore the bombardment of the goddess of death. Of course not. Sengoku flipped the Byakugan, but they can dodge. Ah, poof, ha ha ha. So that's it. I'm just saying, how could you let them die? Shut up, Garp. Lieutenant General Crane's voice sounded from behind Garp, and Garp instantly castrated like an eggplant hit by frost. Crane came to the table, picked up the phone and said, "Sengoku, I just contacted the 5 old stars, and the situation is not good. Get it?" Sengoku was silent for a long time and nodded. Afterwards, Sengoku's voice spread throughout the see-through telephone bugs on various naval ships. The whole army retreats 3 nautical miles, and can't fire without my order. After giving the retreat order, Sengoku continued to speak to the highest combat powers of the Navy headquarters through the telephone bug, Admiral Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu. After hesitating for a moment, Sengoku said solemnly, "Don't be reckless, we are already within the range of each other's artillery. So try to communicate as much as possible and ask what their intentions are. And who the hell are they?" Yesterday, someone took a set of photos when a group of pirates eyeing the huge battleship Yuhi was wiped out. In the photo above, the yellow sand roared across the sky, and the rolled-up sandstorm ripped apart their pirate ship in an instant. Sengoku immediately sent people to the advanced city to make sure that K. Rockdar was still alive, so he had a question: what kind of ability is that? Why is it so similar to the salsa fruit? After listening to the order, Kizaru pouted vulgarly. Are you going to test the truth of the other party? What a terrible task. However, since there is no shelling, at least it proves that there is still something to talk about. Speaking of which, Aokiji glanced at the phone bug representing Akainu. That Admiral Akainu. Humph, I still distinguish the priorities. If the other party doesn't attack us, I won't do it. Okay, enough. Aokiji shook his head and hit Heish. Looking at the black battleship slowly approaching in the distance, he sighed. Hey, I haven't had a time to rest this year. Chapter 731 officially meet. Fourth more, full. 2 days ago, Loya sent people with different tasks to all over the world, and then began to chase the king. However, except for the fluctuations left when the other party appeared, Loya could not perceive any breath. Like him, the King of Heaven can fly in a humanoid posture and has excellent concealment. If the other side doesn't leak the traces on purpose, Loya can only run around the world, hoping that the blind cat will hit the dead mouse and be caught by him. So, the person in charge of this Pluto battleship is Aokiji and K. Rockdal. At this moment, standing in front of the deck, Aokiji looked at the sea with a full face. This world, that's how it is. On the sea in front of them, a group of people are slowly moving towards this side. Stepping on blue-white ice crystals under his feet, he leaned against them step by step. Kizaru still had a pouting mouth, a wretched expression that didn't matter but complained that it was so scary. This made Kyabu from another world a little weird, because he exposed his true character to people like Loya early, and this kind of disguise expression rarely appeared after that. On the other side, Aokiji held his hands and released the freeze while holding his eyes, opening the way for the rest. Aokiji, the marshal of another world, could see that in this world, he still had such a naive idea of being a general in the navy. Without the apprenticeship night on Crisvia Island. Speaking of which, the current general, Aokiji, has not yet defined his goals. Between Kizaru and Aokiji, the person a little bit ahead is Akainu, who has long since died in another world. It can be seen that he is the most ambitious of the three, as they know. Leaning on the deck, K-Roctal exhaled a smoke ring. This is a world without Lord Loya. Yeah, this is that world. Your Excellency Sand Crocodile, who was defeated by the rookie pirates and imprisoned in the Advanced City. Aokiji was not going to say the latter sentence, but when they knew the news at that time, it was really difficult to contain the desire to complain. What? Can you and the Plague Lord, K-Roctal, who is facing the Four Emperors guy, be defeated by a rookie pirate in this world? What? The pirate plan fails, and the betrayer Nico Robin joins the Straw Hat Pirates. This news made the few undead soldiers on Hades tremble, and they only hated that they were not blind and deaf. You, this, bastard, egg. I see you've been unhappy for a long time. K-Roctar pulled out a few black lines on his dry scalp, and waved his hands angrily. Come on, let's try to see who is stronger or weaker after we break through. Whoever counsels is the grandson. Quote. Facing the provocation of K-Roctal, Aokiji was indifferent, and then silently replied, Loya called me teacher, are you sure? G-Roctal. Horses to buy skins. As soon as it entered the soul, Aokiji had a victorious smile on his face, turned around and shouted to Simon, Simon, go and inform Fujitora and Green Bull, we will go down together. The other party is coming from the three generals, we can't lose momentum. Quote. Soon, the three generals walked to Pluto's side. Seeing this behemoth up close is more shocking than seeing it from a distance. Those hideous cannon barrels and armor are by no means assembled toys, but genuine murder weapons that can be used to create destruction and death. A huge battleship dozens of meters high stood there, like an evil god from ancient times, only death and gunpowder could be smelled on the tip of his nose. Hey, if that cannon is real, it's okay to smash a medium-sized island, right? Kizaru smacked his lips in surprise, and his usual wretchedness was gone. Humph, it doesn't matter if he is real or not. The guy who hides his head and shows his tail must not be a good person. Akainu snorted coldly, and just finished speaking. Suddenly, a very familiar voice came from behind him. Not a nice guy. If I am not a good person as an admiral, then who else in this world can be called a good person? In front of Akainu, Aokiji was stunned and shook his head vigorously, indicating that he didn't say this outrageous remark. Besides, even if he has this idea in his heart, he can't say it in front of Akainu. Isn't that asking for trouble? And, more importantly, as Admiral of the Navy. Akainu's face darkened, he turned around and punched out, put away your fruit ability. Admiral, how can you make fun of it at will? Ghost dog. Violent pheasant mouth. The ice and the lava collided together, and the field was filled with thick smoke. Behind the fog, Aokiji slowly took off the kabuto hat on his head, wore the uniform of a naval marshal, and wore a justice commander, leading the other three to stand proudly on the ice. I haven't experienced this burning fist for a long time, Akainu. Seeing the faces of the four people on the opposite side, especially after staying on Fujitora and Midori for 2 seconds, Akainu was lost. No, impossible. Water and fire are incompatible. No one knows the aura of Aokiji better than Akainu, who is also a general. After just one fight, he was sure that the other party was a genuine Aokiji. At the same time, the person who recognizes the other party is Chingzi himself, because he is really familiar with this move. If the other party just changes his appearance and imitates his abilities, it is impossible to achieve the same details. What the hell is going on here? The yellow monkey was amazed, and looked at each other with the other self. The two didn't do much when they met each other, just one winked and the other moved his eyelids, and then they immediately hit it off and confirmed each other's identity. But at this moment, Kizaru and Aokiji also noticed that they were the only acquaintances present. Akainu, who was also the three generals, was replaced by the other two for some reason. And Aokiji, he is the Marshal of the Navy headquarters. As you can see. Suddenly, Simon stood up from behind the four and said. He was not overstepping his authority, but Qingzi nodded slightly to him, indicating that he should negotiate. He had simulated this scene many times in his mind, but when he really faced himself in another world, he couldn't come up with the words he thought of. We are the naval headquarters of another world. This is Marshal Aokiji, behind him are Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Fujitora, and Admiral Green Bull. The two generals Fujitora and Green Bull are world leaders. The strong man who appeared in the conscription was exceptionally promoted to lieutenant general, and then... is there something on my face? Seeing the eyes of the other three, Simon was a little confused. This is your deity in another world. What's the point of focusing on this little guy like me? Akainu moved his fingers, as if he was considering whether to take action or not, while Aokiji's eyes widened, unable to believe what he saw. At this time, it was Kizaru who explained to Simon, "Don't care about Simon, brother. After all, you saw a prisoner who had been killed in front of you intact, and he had been dead for almost a year. In this case, you have the same expression." Simon. Suddenly there is an ominous premonition. What is the fat thing? Although it's not related to the topic, I still want to know. What am I in this world doing? Well, probably planned the Weston family's destruction plan, and then we saw through it and killed it on the spot. Simon's expression stiffened when he heard this, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Hemp egg. Is this what I did? It's cool to have a manuscript, you can send it if you want, no need for cash. The fourth update is completed, everyone is happy. Chapter 732 Debate. Simon asked himself, if he hadn't met Loya and faced the humiliation carried by the family, it seems that he would indeed act as Kizaru said. Don't look at him as the think tank of Turtle Island, the incarnation of rationality, and the man who raised the average IQ of Turtle Island by 3 steps by himself, but the madness in his bones is no less than that of Loya. Otherwise, he would not choose to quit the Navy and join the Turtle Island camp, which was feared by the whole world at the time and wanted to kill. If he hadn't met Loya, things would probably have been as Kizaru said, a battle to destroy the family. It doesn't matter if he succeeds or not, what he needs to show is an attitude. With this attitude, pour a pot of fire oil for the world government that is windy and rainy, and just wait for the spark to appear. After being in a daze for a while, Simon adjusted his emotions and shook his head with a wry smile. No matter what I do in this world, I just want to say that it has nothing to do with me. Kizaru replied with a look of ghosts who believe in you. Your boy and his have the same demeanor and expression. What is the difference in thinking? Then he came over and circled the Marshal Qingzi twice. Tisk tisk, Qingzi, how did you become the Marshal? When did Mr. Sengoku retire? This is Kizaru's way of testing information in a random way, and it is also a question they are most curious about. Yes. Why is Aokiji the Marshal? And me? Where have I been? Akainu stared at Aokiji, waiting for his words. But Aokiji didn't speak immediately, and put his eyes on the soldier behind him. Akainu frowned and waved back. The soldiers understood immediately, turned and left in neat steps. After they were far away, Aokiji finally spoke up. Take out the phone bug, the old marshal is qualified to know about this. Have you found out long ago? Sengoku's voice came from Aokiji's arms, which was a flat-shaped phone bug that was perfect for carrying around. Yeah, after all, I found this new type of phone bug. Qingzi smiled, and his expression became silent. After a long time, he said to Sengoku seriously. Long time no see, Marshal Sengoku. Pluto, in the conference hall. The green pheasant and the green pheasant are sitting together, and the yellow monkey and the yellow monkey are sitting together, and they look like two replicas, and no one can tell them apart. For this scene, sitting next to Fujitora and Green Bull, Akainu had a bad expression and said nothing. But in addition to them, there are other things that make them unexpected. For example, the previous kings, Shichibukai, Sand Crocodile, and K-Roctal who should have been imprisoned in the advancing city. For example, the 4 Emperor Pirates, Charlotte Lingling, who clearly did not step out of the Cake Island, were domineering and cruel by nature. For example, the flag of the anti-world government alliance is swaggeringly hanging, and the rising star of the Silence Army in this world has just been noticed by the world government, Sabo. And the world's greatest swordsmen, Hawkeye and Mahawk, who are gathered in Marijoa, waiting for the war to begin. In addition, there are many other big people who are familiar to the 3 of them, all gathered on this, Pluto, but they did not come in, and they were all outside. While waiting for Sengoku to arrive, Keiraktar suddenly broke the silence. Anyway, this matter will be made clear later, so let me make it clear first. The rest of them put their eyes on him, thoughtful. What I represent is not the king of another world, Chiwahai, nor a pirate, but the owner of this ship, the subordinate of the Ice Dragon Lord Loya, the commander of the Undead Army, the Plague Lord, Keiraktal. Ice Dragon Loya. Undead Legion. Plague Lord. The 3 of them tilted their heads, not knowing why these terms were used. Aokiji responded quickly and asked Keiraktal, "You mean in another world, you are not a pirate, but joined the command of a character named Ice Dragon, Loya. What is the Undead Army?" The specific process is a bit complicated. I will explain it when the old toad from Sengoku arrives. Keiraktal was very dissatisfied with the words used by the green pheasant, but I can tell you that the Undead Army is nothing. It is a group of undead, a group of dead people composed of the Underworld Army. In our world, we are the most powerful force. The most powerful force. Where is the world government? The world government still exists, but they are about to withdraw from the stage of history. It was Marshal Qingzi who answered this question. At this moment, he touched his chin and suddenly burst out with a laugh. It's really a miracle to think about it, this is a miracle. The Navy on the side is still acting as a watchdog under the influence of the world government, and the Navy on that side broke away several years ago and does not accept any orders from the world government. Quote. Leaving the world government. Akainu was shocked, then bit Kiba and said, "Did you betray?" "You're still so naive, Akainu." Aokiji didn't get angry, and shook his head. "I told you back when I was trained at Teacher Zizefa, there are not so many black and white in this world. Position, only the ever-changing identity, and the will that belongs to our hearts." Quote. But you are still traitors. Akainu suddenly became angry. We are a navy and a soldier. It is our duty to obey orders. No matter what the world government is betrayal, and there is no reason. The rolling lava continued to rise and fall on him, and the air suddenly became anxious. Unexpectedly, Ching Pheasant suddenly became angry, and the ice covered the whole room, roaring, "That's you. It's because of your extra menace. The world government has the opportunity to kill Marshal Sengoku." Hiss. Hearing this sentence, Aokiji and Kizaru were stunned at the same time, and immediately looked at him with horror on their faces. Akainu also froze in place, the rolling magma stagnated, and his face was uncertain. Seeing this, Qingzi's tone softened, and he sat back in his seat with a sullen mood. If it wasn't for Ms. Crane, the Navy would be over. If you weren't so extreme, nothing would happen at all. You want to be a marshal, all of us know why. But your temperament is not for being handsome at all. But you won't let go. If not, I won't kill you. Bang. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and Sengoku walked in with 3 people with a very heavy expression. "I heard bad news when I came here. If possible, could you please tell me how the world government forced me to death?" "Hey, Marshal Qingzi." Behind the 4, Kushiro smiled wryly and shook his head to signal that he had stopped, but it was useless. Kushiro's nature is like this, and he doesn't like to argue with others, otherwise he would not have lived in seclusion in Seymour Juji village for many years. Standing behind Sengoku, Zepha's face was equally black and oily, and he also asked, "By the way, please tell me, what is the reason for the disciples I taught to betray the Navy?" These 4 are the Marshal of the Navy Headquarters and Sengoku of the Buddha. Naval Hero, Iron Fist Carp. General Staff Officer of the Navy Headquarters, Crane. And Whoa! There was a sound of standing up, and among the people from another world, only Charlotte Lingling and Sabo, who were not related to Loya, did not stand up. While the others looked at Zephyr, they bowed neatly and saluted. Teacher Zephyr. Mr. Zephyr. This person's identity is very special, and it can be said that besides Robin, Loya's most cherished family member. Unlike Qingzi and others who salute him for the kindness of his teaching, Kay Rockdale and others are entirely because of the identity of Zephyr and the identity of teacher Loya. It can be said that without Zephyr, what will Loya's life trajectory look like? No one knows. Chapter 733 The King is Conspiring. The result of this aggressive approach to the door to ask for guilt was a very respectful salute by the other party. Except for Sengoku, who was ignored, he was very embarrassed, and Zephyr himself was also the same. The general who doesn't kill, is enough to prove how he is, and now he is not the Z of revenge who wants to destroy the Great Root. Faced with such a situation, Zephyr's face twitched and he coughed awkwardly. Cough cough. Well, you're welcome, everyone sits, everyone sits. Yes. The rest answered one after another, and then sat back one by one. In this regard, Garp winked at Zephyr from the back. Yo, Zephyr. I didn't expect you to have such a position in the eyes of outsiders. Shut up, Garp. The other party is also a navy, don't let people look down on it. Lieutenant General Crane gave an order, and Garp immediately gave up joking and stood aside holding his hands. Cough. That. Marshal, Mr. Garp, Ms. Crane, Mr. Zephyr. Come, please sit here. As the host, Aokiji stood up and gestured to several people. Glancing at their respective seats on the big round table, especially at Charlotte Lingling next to Akainu, Sengoku twitched his eyelids and said nothing. On the other side, Garp was about to pull out his seat when a figure slipped up. Grandpa, come, please take a seat. Huh. Garp's eyes widened, looking at the blonde boy in front of him. Who are you? Why are you called my grandpa? In this world, Sabo won't be able to regain his memory until the end of the Top War in a few months, and it will be 2 years later before Luffy reveals the truth that he is not dead. Before that, even the world government didn't notice that Sabo, the rising star of the Silencer army, turned out to be one of Garp's grandsons. At this moment, Garp himself couldn't recognize him, but he felt vaguely familiar. Seeing this, Sabo grinned and said, I'm Sabo, Grandpa. I wasn't killed in the bombing, Mr. Dorag saved me and let me join the Silence Army. Dorag, Sabo. Cap suddenly screamed, and suddenly burst into tears and hugged Sabo. Great Sabo. You are not dead, Luffy will be very happy to know this news. Yeah, I'm going to find Luffy and Ace to get together when things are over here. I'm sorry about the ASL pirates, I'll never be a pirate in my life. Garp patted Sabo excitedly and nodded. It's better not to be a pirate, what a bullshit pirate. It's useless. Cough cough. Sengoku's face became darker and darker, and he couldn't help coughing at this moment. What does it mean to be a pirate? Is it possible to be a Silencer army? Garp, you bastard, itchy skin again. Hearing Sengoku's cough, Garp stopped and said with a melancholy expression, yeah, hey. Then he looked at Sabo and said with difficulty, Sabo, you know Ace. Ace he. I want to remind you that this is not good or bad. Sengoku is stunned. It doesn't matter, I believe Luffy will definitely save him. Sabo's face showed a sunny smile. Besides, Ace in my world is alive and well, it doesn't matter if he dies or not. Huh. Garp was surprised, is this what brothers should say? Everyone was amazed. However, everyone from another world knows that everything that happens here can be recast, and death in the true sense, eternal separation between heaven and man, does not exist at all. When are we going to talk about business? Don't forget that we have limited time. At this moment, Charlotte Lingling shouted out with great momentum. Exit. The scene suddenly quieted down. Katakuri nodded at Simon without expression, and the latter waved helplessly and waved. Soon, a new dessert was placed in front of Charlotte Lingling, and she immediately ate happily like a child weighing several tons. The cake residue fell in front of Akainu, and the temperature was a little high. But at this moment, Marshal Qingzi said, "Yes, let's get to the point. Our time is very precious." In the depths of the New World, the location of the Gai pirates. Loya flapped his wings and stood above a raised reef. Looking at the dense undead on the shore, Loya frowned. The King of Heaven really began to transform the undead, and at the beginning, the target was placed on Gai Duo, one of the 4 emperors. However, all these undead were simply resurrected, not with their own spiritual connection. The resurrection of the dead is just like driving a car. You can rush forward when you step on the accelerator. But to make the car go in the direction, the caster needs to build a spiritual link and control the steering wheel. But the undead that appear here are not controlled by the driver, just as simple walking dead, wandering aimlessly on this island. What is the king thinking? You must know that although the undead do not need to breathe, they will never swim without the command of the master. This is the remaining biological instinct in the body, which makes them unconsciously stay in the places where they lived before they were alive, and resist entering those places that are too different from their living conditions. The resurrected humans will not take the initiative to go into the water, just like the resurrected fish will not take the initiative to come ashore. Without the order of the caster, let alone trouble to find Qingzi and others across the ocean, they can't even leave this island. So, why do you do this? Is she going to control all the undead at once after transforming the undead in the whole world? This is a complex operation, which requires extremely high control precision. And I am afraid that the king does not have the strength to control all the undead at one time, and the strength of the strength is higher. In Loya's memory, only a frost giant at the level of Ivy can do such an incredible thing. After thinking for a moment, Loya waved his hand to wipe out all the souls of this group of undead. He didn't know what the King of Heaven was going to do, but apart from him, the fewer undead being controlled, the better. Not a single chance is left. Loya showed no emotion about the destruction of the beast pirates, and he has long stopped caring about it. Maybe when Doflamingo sends someone to contact Guy to trade more artificial devil fruits next time, the destruction of the beast pirates will be exposed. How much waves will the sea make, and what's the point? In a world that has already been pushed once, Loya is fearless. Fluttering his wings, Loya flew high into the sky. After he left, in a grotto in the hinterland of the island. The originally empty hole was flickering with sparkling fire, and it was overloaded. It was it that blocked the soul obliteration that covered the entire island before. At the same time, a transparent film sealed the breath inside, avoiding Loya's perception. The black smoke was like a shadow on it, and in a trance, a black talisman appeared out of thin air. Passing through the seal, inside is a huge cave that was opened up to ultimate. The original mountain was almost hollowed out, and the pitch-black crystal Kiba dance claws covered the entire outer space to prevent the cave from collapsing. The King of Heaven is hiding in it at the moment, and is carrying out a big plan. After discovering that transforming the native undead could not pose a threat to Loya and others, and that his own power was limited, the king had other thoughts. One is not an opponent by itself, so what about 2? The violent magic stimulated a huge black body, and the soulless body screamed under the stimulation of magic, shaking the cave constantly. But with the help of the black crystal and the seal outside, this movement was wiped out almost instantly. The king turned into a human figure and stood aside, staring at the huge body in front of him. Her breath was weak but tenacious, and the luster of Yuhi the gorilla shone in her eyes. Zagu, do you think he'll sit still? Since you think he will definitely win, then I'll let him lose to you. Chapter 734 Witnessing with your own eyes is far more effective than arguing. So that's the case, is this the history on your side? In the conference hall, Sengoku touched his chin thoughtfully after listening to Marshal Aokiji's remarks. The truth was a little too surprising, and Sengoku's first reaction was to refute it. However, as Aokiji's story deepened, he couldn't help but hesitate. Because the Sengoku in the story is indeed himself. Known as the Wisdom General, Sengoku knows himself very well and can't tell the difference in this regard. Humph. No matter what kind of king he is or not, as long as the old man is there, don't even think about hurting the grass and trees in this world. Garp stood up angrily. In this world, he has not lost his spirit, and he has not been hit hard by Loya. He stands up now, like an angry lion. It is a real lion. Because his hair changed from white to black, and his hairstyle changed from a flat inch to a shoulder-length haircut. The powerful updraft rushed, and the coiled strands of hair flew in the air as if alive. Coupled with his ferocious expression at the moment, the whole person is like a ghost. Calm down, Garp. The opponent is the King of Heaven, one of the ancient weapons. You know what that means. Lieutenant General Crane looked at him with a frown. The shouting made Garp calm down a little, and he returned to his original state and sat down. Then, Crane looked at Marshal Qingzi and said, "We need to investigate this matter carefully before we can give you an answer. Before that, I think." "Sorry, Madam Crane, I think you're a little too naive." Qingzi suddenly interrupted her and added in a solemn tone, "We really don't have much time. Although we haven't received information about the large-scale transformation of the undead by the king, I estimate." Speaking of this, Aokiji took a deep breath. There are only a few days left until this world is completely destroyed. Looking at Crane and Sengoku, who were stunned, Aokichi continued. "I'm afraid that the investigation you're talking about is still going to be a fight with the world government. Don't forget that I'm also a naval marshal. When the results come out, the dust has already settled, and no one can stop the crazy king. This is a cruel reality, and it is also the vaccination that Loya gave everyone before coming here. Even if the Navy and the world government will finally agree to join forces, I am afraid that 10 days and a half months have passed by then. What kind of urine is the world government? This group of people is all clear." So. Hearing this, Sengoku's face turned ugly. "Are you threatening me?" "Aokiji. It's none of my business." The General Qingzi buckled his face and pointed to the other self beside him. "Marshal, it's him, he." "I'm not threatening, I just want you to know the seriousness of the matter." Aokiji didn't choose to confront each other in words, but stood up and started a showdown. "I'm sorry, Marshal Sengoku, destroying the King of Heaven is what we have to do. It can be done. But uniting you is just a top priority. So, you want to do it?" Akainu once again burst out with hot lava, but the next moment, a hand pressed against the billowing lava that spewed out of his shoulder. Boom! The terrifying gravity suddenly descended, and the solid floor was dented in a circle. "Nani? You are..." Akainu never thought that the blind man sitting beside him would have such terrifying strength. Although the other party was an admiral from another world, he never regarded Fujitora and himself on the same level. "Sorry, General Akainu. It's a big deal. If you want to do it, the old man has to keep you." Fujitora closed his eyes and faced Akainu, because this time, what this old man wants to protect is not the way of benevolence and righteousness, but the life and death of all the people in the world. "Bastard. Asshole." Feeling the terrifying gravity hitting his shoulders, Akainu Kiba's teeth were biting and bleeding, and he was about to make a bold shot when the Buddha's light that suddenly rose on the other side pressed the two of them to the ground together. Sengoku of Buddha, this is the monster that can force the air shock of Whitebeard down. If Akainu and Fujitora didn't want to fight, they couldn't escape Sengoku's suppression. Enough. Sengoku was covered in golden light, looked at the green pheasant, and bit Kiba. The decision must be made after consulting with the 5 old stars. This is my bottom line. Aokiji didn't speak. The Navy here is not the situation on their side. But I promise you, Marshal Aokiji, I'll give you an answer before dark. Clap clap clap. Aokiji slowly applauded. Enough is enough, take them with you by the way. He pointed to the door. Jones walked in side by side with Simon and the others. It's a representative of our side. So decide. Suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared in the hall, and only a few people noticed a little fluctuation. In the perception of the others, this person seemed to have crossed the space and came so suddenly. Lord Loya. Yo, you're back, Loya. A group of people greeted him one after another, and Loya nodded. With the ferocious dragon wings fanning behind him, Luoya glanced at Qingzi. Teacher Qingzi, you only talked about this in 2 days. Then you come to talk. Hearing this, Aokiji turned to Byakugan. Then I guess it will be over in a few minutes. His lips became impatient, and when he hit the Dragon Slayer profound truth, wouldn't it only take a few minutes? The corners of his mouth twitched, and Loya skipped the impossible topic and turned to throw something to Sengoku. Sengoku grabbed it in his hand, opened his palm and looked. Finger. Whose is this? I've brought you one good news and one bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? The good news is that the Beast Pirates, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, was wiped out. In the true sense of the word, from the captain guy to the capable legion to the low-level soldiers, one does not pull all of them. Die. That finger was the only proof that Guy survived. At the same time, Loya, who circled the blue star 2.5 times, said that the King of Heaven should give up the plan to transform the undead, and they don't have to worry about facing the problem of being an enemy of the whole world. But, the bad news is disappeared. Are there really no traces to be found? The person who asked the question was Aokiji. As one of the people who had the deepest understanding of Roha's power, he deeply understood that if even Roha couldn't find it, then where is the King of Heaven hiding? What is she preparing for? At this moment, the place of conversation has been transferred from the conference hall to the deck, and Loya is sitting on the throne of ice rising from the sea, resting his chin with one hand. Hearing this, Loya sighed. It's not like you don't know, Teacher Qingzi. That guy is better than me, and he doesn't know how much knowledge he has inherited from his original body. She wants to hide, just relying on me as a newbie. How can she find her? Get it out. But that's fine, at least we don't have to worry about facing the undead army of the whole world. Sengoku spoke from the side, and from the beginning, his eyes never took his eyes off Loya. He was relieved to learn that the King of Heaven did not start killing people in a frenzy. In this way, we are only dealing with the King of Heaven, and the difficulty is undoubtedly much less. No, things won't slow down, they'll only get worse. Loya opened his mouth to deny Sengoku's statement, but did not explain much. He looked at the people behind him and said to Kay Rochdale, "Charge the goddess of death, what's the matter of being stuck in the new world?" Rochdale was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Understood. This scene made Sengoku and others a little puzzled, but they still understood the meaning of Hades about to fire, and hurriedly stopped. Hey, what are you going to do? That thing is not a toy. That's the question I want to ask you too. Sengoku is stubborn. Loya also asked aloud, then breathed gently, and pointed to the Yuhi soil continent. The language description is the most empty and powerless. Since you don't understand the seriousness of the matter, then I will let you see it with your own eyes. Chapter 735 Open a tunnel for Yuhi soil continent. Explain because you don't understand. No, Loya's usual practice is to let them see the results happen with their own eyes, and then recognize the problem from the root cause. It takes a beating to have a long memory. For outsiders, Loya has always been like this. Just like the empty island, Apayado, like now, the Yuhi land. The two sides have been arguing for so long. In the final analysis, Sengoku and others still don't understand what is the power to break through the limit. The terrifying existence they used to know was probably the same as the Whitebeard in their peak period, so they thought that the king who gave up the bug-level ability to convert the undead would be easier to deal with. But even the Whitebeard of another world, the power he broke out in the battle with Loya in the top war, just exceeded the limit of the world, and he belongs to the level 81 5-player small copy guard boss. And the current king has reached and surpassed the second limit, the 91 level team dungeon boss. A fluke mentality. Hoping for a miracle. Ridiculous. Loya will use the power of Hades to break up their last trace of innocence, and tell them with absolute panic what the so-called heavenly king is. But, Hades fired a cannon. Sengoku want to argue about the dragon's might that Luoya radiated invisibly made it difficult for him to speak. Marshal Qingzi took everything in his eyes, walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Marshal Sengoku, this is not only showing our muscles, but also proving the strength of the king. Loya believes that you will not make irrational choices, but he knows what those guys in the world government will have. The idea of this shot is also a warning to them. Quote, I understand. But Aokiji, this is the ancient weapon Pluto. Sengoku said sadly. A little aftermath can destroy an island, and even a head-on hit will destroy the Yuhi continent, regardless of the goddess of death. No matter which direction a cannon is fired, how many innocent people will be harmed. Aokiji. So you are worried about this problem. What a short-sighted. Rockdale came over and sneered twice. Then, facing the bad eyes of the three generals of Akainu, he stretched out his palm and directed their gaze to Loya. In front of Lord Loya, as long as he is not willing, those situations cannot happen. My power, just given to me, stands on the top of the world. I'll say it bluntly, everyone. You know nothing about true power. Shock. Everyone's eyes widened in horror, and they looked at Loya in disbelief. General Aokiji's blindfolds fell off, and Kizaru's expression was even stiffer, and the corners of his mouth twitched and he couldn't speak. In their perception, the K-Roctal in front of them is an existence that is no weaker than anyone present. Such a powerful force was actually bestowed. So how powerful should Loya, the ruler, be? It's very good for others to pretend to be themselves. No wonder so many customers always like to talk business with the secretary's shit. Hearing their conversation, Loya coughed and a small smile hung on the corner of his mouth. It's all your own hard work that you've gotten to where you are today, Rock Doll. I just gave you a seed, it's up to you, not me, to decide whether to wither or regenerate. Hiss. It is really a gift. Everyone took a deep breath, and they all cast a godlike gaze towards Loya. Kizaru came back to his senses from the shock, pulled himself in another world, and asked, This Ice Dragon Lord Loya, what level of existence is there among you? Kizaru was silent, recalling the 10th day of the death battle in prison. It was the only time he hung and beat Loya, enough for him to play for a lifetime. After a pause, he whispered to Kizaru. A monster wandering on the brink of saving the world and destroying it. I advise you to do your homework secretly for Mr. Sengoku. He gets angry and the world is probably over. Hey, so scary. It's so scary, so scary. Yeah, it's so scary, so scary. When the two Kiwis communicated vulgarly, the messenger ran over. Report. Lord Loya, the commander of K-Roctal, the charging is complete, and the cannon can be fired at any time. Got it. K-Rockdale took the phone bug and turned to Loya. Lord Loya, please order. Okay. Loya lazily made a haste and took the phone bug's handset. Target, the bottom of the Yuhi soil continent. Prepare for overclocking bombardment. 3, 2, 1, fire. The rays of light that pierced Yuhi converged at the muzzle of the goddess of death, and a rich death crisis emerged in everyone's mind. As an ancient weapon developed by the Tianyu people, after 800 years, the divine light of the goddess of death once again descended on this land. Let's open a tunnel for Yuhi soil. Call. A dazzling light flashed by, and all the sounds in the world disappeared at this moment. The picture seemed to be frozen and still. The energy cannon smashed the rolling waves, one after another. Then, boom, rumble. In the next moment, the sky is torn apart, and the galaxy flows backwards. The terrifying vibrations spread all over the world, and an apocalyptic scene appeared. I saw a light that stabbed Yuhi and turned black. The Jinchuriki column suddenly floated up from the other side, and rushed into space under the watchful eyes of countless people. The vast and boundless Yuhi soil continent was pierced in an instant, and the terrifying shelling rolled up countless waves. The height is no different from the mountain peak. Suddenly, a gust of wind came back, and all the living people felt a little tight. It was a strong explosion wave that swallowed thousands of square kilometers of air around it, forming a vacuum environment that was invisible to the naked eye. However, this feeling only lasted for a few seconds, and soon, the empty vacuum began to instinctively absorb the air farther away under the atmospheric pressure. Even the flat body of Pluto was rolled up by the turbulent waves at this moment, and it was about to be overturned. K. Rockville, who had already anticipated this scene, ordered the cab to turn on the balance system. But at this time, Loya had already made his move. Swish! He was still on the throne next to Pluto before, and the next second he appeared in the center of the void. The inversion of the air is not terrible. What is scary is the huge waves that follow along with the inversion of the air. As long as there are no such things, the range that can be affected by simple shelling is very small. One left and one right opened his palms, and two icy blue coquettish fires burned out of thin air. Obviously, the energy condensed together, and there was no fluctuation, but as soon as they appeared, the large sea area slowed down like slow motion, and then gradually turned into ice sculptures. This is the fluctuation brought by the freeze law when it appears in the form of ice, and it is also the deepest ability of Master Loya. Taking out these two ice flames, what he has to do is self-evident. The profound truth of Ice Dragon Slayer, the land of the end. Swish! It is no longer a little bit of spread, even in the slowest slow motion, or even from the perspective of frozen time and space. White has invaded the entire sea in an instant. Standing in this white world, Loya looked indifferent. The cold wind blowing from nowhere ruffled the white fluff on his cloak, covering half of his face behind the snow-like empty white. The more he understands his own strength, the more Roja is afraid of the Hidden King. But the road has to go step by step. Loya just felt for a moment, dodged and disappeared in place. Falling back to his ice throne, Loya glanced at the shivering worker and said with a smile, "The King of Heaven is more terrifying than me. Do you still think you can waste your time?" Chapter 736 Deserted Village. After Loya proved his power and the power of Hades, everyone's work efficiency increased. Are you kidding me? An opponent who is so fearful of such a powerful guy actually wanders around in our world. Well worth it. With the bombardment of Hades, the large-scale collapse of the Holy Land, Mary Joa building occurred, but the 5 old stars completely ignored the protests and mournings of the Tianlong people and resolutely cooperated with Loya. Not willingly, but have no choice. They are the supreme leaders of the world government and rule the world. If this world is destroyed, what is the difference between a child playing a house? He folded the quilt on the bed and stood up, waving a wooden stick and announced, "I own this land." Funny too. Simon and others did not play their role at all, and the 5 old stars were frightened by the information in Loya's mouth. The cooperation matters were determined as quickly as possible, and a search operation that swept the world was launched. Their only value in the past, for now, is to give the world's selves a good day ahead of time. Just Jones and Matilda. Osmond's mouth twitched and the 2 Ming were identified, and the results showed that both of them were his own flesh and blood. In the past, he thought that his ex-wife had betrayed him, and secretly revised the appraisal results. Now, the results of the appraisal conducted in front of everyone's eyes cannot be faked. As a result, Osman, who was notorious for abandoning his wife and children, and facing the monster Loya, had to take the blame and resign, and retired from the throne of the 5 old stars. Ming accompanies the mother of this world to talk for a while, and then starts to act with everyone. On the other hand, Jones, who has the ability to evolve the fruit, also ate the fruit of evolution in this world. The 2 people were also assigned to Crisvia and Emerald Street in the North Sea. However, the world line was turned off 20 years ago. A bend. The ghost knows if it was caused by the appearance of Ivy. The dragon effect. Jones in this world doesn't have a sister named Minnie. To be precise, he doesn't have any siblings. Now he is working for the Athos family, just to climb to a higher position. Especially when a military force that is enough to overthrow the entire Athos family appears on Crisvia Island, the patriarch of the Athos family turned green. Jones couldn't help but sigh that if he had to put this on his former self, I'm afraid he wouldn't even think about it. The situation of the rest of the people in this world is similar. The strong are still strong. Without Loya, the winged dragon, their life trajectories have not changed much. But the only and biggest difference is that in this world, Aludo, Jerome brothers, Tony and other Loya's elite camp companions died in a shipwreck. Hearing the news just now, Loya asked very surprised, how could all of them die because of the mere shipwreck? Are you kidding me? However, Kizaru, who was a part-time messenger temporarily, told him that it was indeed the case. It was a terrible storm rarely seen in 100 years, the mouth of the abyss. The huge amount of rainfall and strong wind, under a certain subtle combination, formed a huge crack on the sea surface that reached the bottom of the sea. In such a place, if there is no special ability to escape, any other means will not work. You must know that even if the sea kings are involved, they will be split by the water flow on the side of the blade, and finally, like pieces of meat that are chewed in their mouths, they are ground into powder bit by bit and fall into the endless darkness. Yuhi's crack was stained with blood, and the victims were swallowed into the dark strait. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a huge mouth from the abyss, swallowing everything. Hearing this, Loya suddenly realized. Because of seasickness, he developed a pseudo-dragon form early to fly, and the two-stage acceleration of the moon step plus shaving in the air was actually developed with the idea of hurrying. Later, the dragon-like flight, the base on the island's turtle's back, and the freezing power that ignored all tsunami storms made him abandon the slow and dangerous way of moving ships. But in the world of One Piece, it is very normal to go out on a boat and encounter a shipwreck. Even the undead army has suffered several shipwrecks, but apart from the loss of money, they all swam back one by one. Those wars and pirates that have claimed countless lives are nothing compared to the violent sea. In this regard, Loya had to be silent, and went to the cemetery of his companions, the monument of naval heroes, and silently cleaned Matsuri and worshipped. The next day, while wandering around the naval headquarters, reviewing his past career in the Navy, Sengoku found Loya. Mr. Loya, we have discovered a situation. Come to my office to discuss it in detail. In terms of seniority, Luoya is a disciple of Qingzi, Qingzi is a disciple of Zepha, and Zepha is a contemporaneous of Sengoku. Sengoku does not need to be so polite to Loya. But in terms of strength, Sengoku couldn't muster the courage to call him by his first name, so he used an honorable title. Strolling out of the courtyard of the elite camp, Loya asked, "Is the undead found or the king?" "Neither, but both Simon and Crane think it should be related to her." Click. The projection phone worm stared at the round eyes and projected the image on the screen. It was a picture of a village, a quiet ordinary little fishing village. But if that's the case, Sengoku naturally won't come with Loya. Soon, the first person to spot the problem raised his hand and said, "This village. Does everyone stay out of the house during the day?" "Yes, the village looks very normal, and there is still a little green smoke wafting from the chimney of one family. But in either photo, there are no human beings. Not even a corpse. The openness is so weird that it makes one chill. That's why I called everyone." Sengoku and Loya sat side by side, stood up and said at this moment, "They didn't go out, they just disappeared." And this place. As soon as the screen turned, a village with a distinctly different architectural style appeared on the screen. The same peace and quiet, but the same emptiness. These are the East China Sea and the West China Sea, two villages separated by thousands of miles. But almost at the same time, in the middle of the night last night, the entire village's population disappeared. Sengoku switched photos seriously. According to the information provided by Mr. Loya, the king's flight speed is very fast, and the distance is only 10 minutes for her. So there is a very high possibility that the King of Heaven abducted them. Could it be a coincidence? Like some unknown event happened at the same time and they left their house? It's possible, but... Sengoku shook his head, just about to say something. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door. At this critical juncture, there is nothing important, and no one dares to knock on the door. So Sengoku stopped talking and said, "Come in." Marshal Sengoku, urgent letter. The messenger ran out of breath, and before he had time to salute, he took out a lot of documents. The disappearance of the population for no reason has been found in other locations in the Four Seas and the Great Route, and there are more uncertain locations being sent to verify. So far, we have found 27 villages that have lost their people. Nani? Why so many? Sengoku was taken aback. It seems that this is indeed the hand of the king. Luoya heard the words and narrowed his eyes. And within the last 12 hours, otherwise the information will not be transmitted back at such a unified time. What do you mean? I suspect the King of Heaven is going to do something big. Chapter 737 Chess is one move. The messenger closed the door again, and Sengoku frowned and asked, what the hell is going on? What is she going to do? There is no need to doubt that the population of dozens of villages in the north and south of the world can be evacuated in a short period of time. This is what the King of Heaven did. But what is the purpose of the king? How should they prepare for war? Sengoku needs Loya's advice. However, Loya did not answer, but asked everyone to wait for a while to see what the new information showed. He doesn't want to use these ordinary people to fight, right? Kizaru took out his nail clippers and trimmed his nails slowly. Just these ordinary people, the soldiers can end the battle without us taking action. Yes, even ordinary people who were resurrected as undead soldiers have no fighting power. Another Kazuna took out a nail clipper of the same style from Kabuto and said while doing a manicure. Is she afraid? So she hid and quietly moved to form an army of the dead. To be honest, if it weren't for the slight difference in aura between the two, other people present would not be able to tell who the two were. It's a big fanfare, isn't it? She didn't even think about hiding her trail. Otherwise, if a village's population disappeared, how could we suspect the King of Heaven? Simon retorted, and then asked, Loya, do you need me to prepare anything? Oh, this. Luoya, who closed his eyes and thought about it, opened his eyes and thought for a while. Before the next piece of information is sent, find a map of the world and show the locations of these villages. Marked above. World map. I see. Marshal Sengoku. Simon nodded, looking at Admiral Sengoku. There is very little communication between the islands of the One Piece world. The world map, or even the world map that can be used to mark addresses, is only circulated among a few major forces. As the Sheriff of the Sea, the Navy is certainly in this ranks. Soon, a world map about the size of the screen hung on the wall. Although the above records are not very detailed, it can also be seen in a general way to determine the location of most of the islands. In the One Piece world with inconvenient transportation, it is already difficult for them to be able to do this step. Simon took out a paper photo and drew a circle on the map according to the location information recorded on it. In no time, a total of 29 villages where people have been missing so far have been marked. And Loa, what's so strange about these locations? Each of the circles was so far away that Simon couldn't see anything out of the ordinary whether he tried to combine them into graphics or words. Loya glanced at the map, and after confirming that there was no big error, his expression became solemn. This question, Rockdale, it's up to you to tell everyone. Yes, Lord Loya. Among the people present, only K. Rockdale could see the abnormality of these positions. Because these places, if connected in a certain order, are the source of his power, the symbol of Roha rune magic. As you can see, these locations are not connected on the surface, but they are not. Rockdale picked up the erasable crayon and connected the circles as he spoke. He was not linking in an order that ordinary people could understand, but based on his understanding of his own rune magic, a sort of order was created. Rune trajectory that conforms to the running logic. After these points are connected, it will constitute a unique power that can only be used by the king, called rune magic. From the information I know, this magic can be released alone or fixed on an object. Can also be connected to each other to form a magic circle. After connecting the 13 circles, K. Rockdale stopped writing and said to Loya, Sorry, Lord Loya, my understanding is limited and I can only see so much. It doesn't matter, it's great to be able to summarize the initial operation logic. At this time, new information was sent. After Simon continued to add the circles, Loya found that things really got serious as predicted. Rune magic. Is she going to attack the area covered here? Sengoku didn't understand what magic was, but he knew what was going on the map right now. It's almost the same as covering. Loya stood up and came to the map with a crayon. I saw him writing like flying, quickly connecting the circles one by one. Soon, the map was drawn densely, just like the broken glass, and the distribution of cracks was illogical. Crack clap. A hockey puck emerged from Loya's palm, and the mirror image simulation ability of the ice clone was blessed on the hockey puck, and the color changed rapidly. Not long after, what appeared in Loya's palm was a model of this world. It's just that in addition to the Yuhi soil continent and the great route that traverses the north-south-east-west, there are also white lines of ice crystals on the model. They correspond to the lines on the map, weaving a huge spider web covering the whole world. Originally I wasn't sure what type she put down, but when the second batch of materials came in, I thought I was right. The ice hockey slowly rolled in front of everyone, so that they could see clearly that every point on it was the location of the missing village. It wasn't very obvious on the flat world map just now, but now it was three-dimensionally displayed in front of them, and everyone took a deep breath. This is more than just a scope, it simply wraps the whole world in it. Mr. Loya, can you explain this thing? Even if it wasn't an unknown attack, a magic circle that enveloped the whole world was hanging on his head, and the feeling of chills down his spine was indescribable. This is a magic circle, although it's a bit out of line for me, but I do know it. Facing the question, Loya said slowly, rune magic is a dangerous magic, although powerful, but stable very bad sex. To put it bluntly, it's a kind of bomb. A bomb that can't even survive the user's accidental detonation. The rune magic circle constructed by the King of Heaven is an explosive rune that expands this instability to ultimate. And it is an increased version of a one-time explosive rune. Once triggered. Bang. The ice hockey was crushed by Loya. I won't mention it in the end. The reason why I can still recognize it after being beyond the outline is due to the backhand left by Ivy on the dragon-slaying sword. In order to complete the final explosion rune, Roha has put a lot of thought into it. Then what are we still doing? Hurry up and stop her. Akainu stood up with the hottest temper. This is even more dangerous than Endpoint, it threatens the whole world. That's why I'm not in a hurry at all, Akainu. Loya rolled his eyes at him. If it was so easy to stop him, he would have rushed out long ago. There are still 4 ports left on this magic circle. The king may be there, but it is more likely not there. We found it too late, and now we can only passively wait for her to make a move. Then, how about destroying one of the nodes? Simon's eyes lit up. Since it has not been completed, as long as we destroy one of the nodes, won't the explosion rune not be triggered? Don't think so simple, Simon. This is the ability of the king to settle down. Hearing this, Loya shook his head with a wry smile. If it is not unexpected, those villagers who disappeared are now integrated with the rune, in the rune space, maintaining the connection between the nodes with their own soul and vitality. And regardless of the ethical issue of destroying nodes and killing a small number of them to save most of the world, the uniqueness of rune magic itself does not allow us to do that. Quote. The 4 ports left by the Uranus are ingenious, equivalent to 4 switches. Each triggers a part of the rune. No matter where we start to destroy, she can directly detonate from the right angle. By then, is there a big difference between being blown up half a world and being blown up the whole world? Having said this, Loya sighed. It's my fault. If it wasn't for me staying in the naval headquarters for a day and not going out, the King of Heaven wouldn't have a chance to complete this rune. Chapter 738. The 4 emperors are coming. No, we are all responsible for this matter. We know that the King of Heaven is not at ease in hiding, but we are still not vigilant enough. Sengoku shook his head and comforted. And you are not being lazy and wasting your time, just come back to Matsuri to be a companion. It doesn't matter anymore, Mr. Loya. Crane also comforted and asked, "The point now is, what should we do?" "That's right, our goal is to destroy the King of Heaven. It was hard to find someone before, but now she has taken the initiative to reveal her whereabouts, but she has followed our wishes." Simon also said at the moment, since the destruction of the node is not enough, then the remaining 4 ports must not be completed for her. "Lord Loya, do we need to act separately and go to the positions of the 4 ports?" "That's right." Seeing their expressions, Loya also gathered his mind, nodded and said, "These 4 ports are the most important and most dangerous nodes of the explosion rune. If it was me, the rune covering such a large area could hardly be completed. But Heavenly King is different, since she dares to do this, she must be sure to control it. Quote, and she exposed this thing to us almost without concealment, and her intentions are very obvious." Speaking of this, everyone looked condensed. Yes, since he dares to expose it, then the original intention of the King of Heaven can be seen at a glance. Not wanting this world to be destroyed, they must take the initiative to send her to the door and stop her. Or take the initiative to send it to the door. To die. This is a conspiracy of Yuhi Guago. If you don't want to be fooled, you can't. The King of Heaven is like a fisherman with a fishing rod, throwing down the bait of the explosive rune, and attracting Loya and others to take the bait. The reason why the bait is because she clearly completed the rune but did not detonate it. She is waiting for Loya to find her, and then kill him properly to make up for the dragon's body. The rest are the supporting characters of this killing game, knowing that they will die, but they can only act according to the plan of the king. Because they can't afford to gamble, the consequences of the explosion rune really being detonated. Loya came to the screen and drew a cross on the 4 ports. We can see from the map that these 4 ports are distributed in the 4 sea areas of the south, east, north and west. The king is alone, she must be waiting for us at one of the ports. I don't know what she attracted us to. What is the purpose, but at least one thing is clear to everyone, that is, she must not be allowed to activate the rune. The rest of the people nodded in understanding. Even if you die on the spot, you can't let the King of Heaven detonate this dangerous rune that is suspected of blowing up the entire world. Furthermore, the time it takes for Tianwang to move from one port to another is at least 20 minutes. And apart from me, there is no possibility for the others to catch up at all, so there is no way to prevent her from detonating the rune, so we have to divide our forces. Ask. Simon raised his hand. How long does it take Tianwang to activate a port? It's only estimated to be a minute. Loya said one very unfriendly message and brought another very unfriendly message, and it will take me 5 minutes to completely shut it down. Hiss. The situation is totally unfavorable. Then, after the 2 bad news, Loya told them the only good news, however. Rune magic is easily disturbed before it is completed, causing the spell to fail. You only need to keep attacking her, and she will not be able to activate the rune. Text. But at the same time, this means. That's why we need to attack 4 ports at the same time, without giving the king any chance to activate. But everyone has a 1/4 chance of meeting her, and the most in the worst case, do you need to hold on for half an hour and wait for you to come over? Sengoku had a serious face and said this very heavy topic. Although I really don't want such a situation, but we did lose the advantage by 1 move. If possible, just hold her back, and don't fight her head on until I arrive. Loya sighed. He knew that this was not very likely. Even if everyone is united, and there are several superpowers who have broken through the previous limits, the difficulty is still almost 0 if they persist in the hands of the king for more than half an hour. But don't be disheartened, how will you know if you don't try? The speaker is Mahak, along with the swordsman, who always seem to be unafraid of challenges. Even if they knew that they would definitely die, their resistance would be meaningless, and they could still move forward with their swords as always. That's right, Loya, no matter what she's going to do, it's only half an hour. The cloak of justice on Garp's body is windless and automatic, and the whole person exudes a strong evil spirit. But his smile is very warm, and the look of suffocation gives people a feeling of peace of mind. After Roger's death, we took into account the situation at sea and could not start a war against the four emperors. I was worried about where this old life would be appropriate. Looks like I've found my target now. PFF ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Yes, I thought that this battle against Whitebeard would be my last battle, but it seems that there is something more worthy of my death. Sengoku, who had been quiet for a long time after getting old, was also aroused with pride, and when he said this, there were blue veins all over his neck. It's only half an hour, we can persevere. Get it? There is no need to say sensational words, everyone here is determined to die. Loya took a deep breath and began to assign tasks. But just then. Report. Whitebeard appears. Whitebeard Edward Newgate appears in Gulf Harbor. The door of the office was pushed open heavily, and the person who came running was out of breath, and the next second would be like a fart, but he still reported this amazing news. Nani? Ace is still advancing the city, why is he running here? Sengoku was surprised for a second, then loudly ordered, inform the entire army, prepare to fight. But this is not the end, the messenger continued to report. Marshal, and Yuhi Fashanks, silenced army leader Dorag, they. Only 3 of them. 3 people. It seems that Sabo's plan is very successful. Loya pondered for a moment, thinking through the key points. So he said to Sengoku, come on, go out and see what's going on first. Naval Headquarters, Gulfport. The 4 Emperor Pirates, Yuhifa, Shanks, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Silencer Army Commander, Dorag. The 3 men stood there just like that, but the tens of thousands of elite soldiers in the Navy headquarters were stunned. Even the soldier who was scared to open the gun because of fear, was hugged tightly by his companions and did not dare to let him launch an attack. Led by Sengoku and Loya, a group of people came to the bay port in a mighty way. Seeing that Sengoku came with the others, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel and the others sighed with relief and saluted them. Marshal. Mr. Loya. Well, leave it to us here. Sengoku nodded, and then said to the Flying Squirrel, inform the entire army to stay put, without my order, who dares to shoot and military law. Yes. Seeing that the lieutenant generals of the headquarters were busy, Sengoku and Loya looked at each other and slowly walked towards the 3. These are 3 forces that make the governments of the world extremely fearful. Although only 3 people came, they are still a decisive force. Gula la la, long time no see Sengoku. Among the 3, Whitebeard slammed the naginata on the ground, smashing the ground into a large spider web-shaped pit. Then, he took off the wine gourd from his waist and gulped it down. Would you like a drink? Don't worry, I'm not you, and I won't poison it. Stop gossiping, Whitebeard. Sengoku ignored Whitebeard's ridicule and folded his arms. Are the 3 of you united? I tell you Whitebeard, even if the entire Navy headquarters is blocked, I won't let anyone go. Jihu la la la, Sengoku, am I such a worthless man in your eyes? Whitebeard looked up to the sky and laughed, then looked at Loya beside Sengoku. Dorag told us some interesting news, I'm here to ask if it's true or not. You are right, in the legend the alien visitor who killed me, destroyed the era of the great pirates, and brought the whole world back on track, Mr. Loya. Chapter 739 The Eve of the Final Battle. Hearing this sentence, Luo Shu turned over Byakugan. Sure enough, Sabo still said some nonsense to Drago that was not planned. But Loya didn't expect that Drago would contact Whitebeard and Yuhifa. What he didn't expect was that Whitebeard didn't laugh, ha, and shouted, I'm the strongest man in the world, to bring this matter over, but chose to come alone and find Loya to tell the truth. But if he could really draw Whitebeard and Yuhifa together, this trouble would be nothing. So, for this question, Loya slowly spoke. I got the shaking fruit at the age of 30. I thought my body was strong enough to withstand the side effects of the fruit's ability. But I didn't expect that, just after the age of 50, my body was getting worse and worse, and I could no longer exert the strength of the past. Quote. Now, I'm more than 72 years old. 20 years. A full 20 years. The old man Kong has a wonderful control, and develop the Junjun fruit to the deepest awakening stage, but hate not having a body to match, leaving me stuck in place, useless. Like a tiger with a kiva plucked and its claws broken. You said that the old man must die. Then have you ever thought, you will die here too? The three narratives that no one knows except him were the day when Roja and Whitebeard fought. In the stagnation interval of time and space, Whitebeard personally told Roja, and at this moment, Roja slowly said it. After each paragraph, Whitebeard's expression changed. He could hear that the words in Loya's mouth were things that only Edward Newgate and Whitebeard himself could say. These 3 sentences are what you told me when I brought you back to your peak state to fight me fairly. Loya paused for a moment and said slowly, and 1 second before you died, you said another sentence. What do you want to hear? No, I don't want to know. Goo la la la. Whitebeard suddenly burst out laughing, and the boundless vibration spread out with his laughter, and cracks appeared in the walls, the sea, and the air. That sentence, I'll guess it when I die. But I already know what it is. I'm really worthy of being me in another world. Goo la 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 la. This sentence means that Whitebeard has believed the news brought by Sabo. Drago breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Shanks on the other side. Feeling Drago's gaze, Shanks also looked at Loya and said, although I must have asked the same question from another world, but I still have to ask. Mr. Loya, why do you want to destroy all the pirates? Sure enough, the reason why Shanks was willing to follow was still this question of Roger's will. Hearing his question, Marshal Aokiji whispered in the crowd. The last pirate, Shanks. After knowing the truth, you are still domineering even in another world. Loya once again showed the look as expected, and then looked at him calmly and firmly, although I have answered this question once, since you want to hear. Do and say it twice, 10 times, 100 times. 1,000 times, 10,000 times, I'm willing to say it. Luo Shu spoke slowly, with a loud voice. Pirates, there is no need to exist. What you can't change, I'll change. What you can't do, I'll do it. And you, Roger, and everyone in the world, just stand by and wait quietly. That's enough now. Are you satisfied with this answer? At this moment, Loya is equally domineering. He and Shanks are actually very similar, equally domineering and fearless, equally determined and confident. The domineering they showed all came from their confidence, but Shanks' confidence was placed on Roger's will, Straw Hat Luffy, and thousands of pirates. And Loya's confidence, from beginning to end, only exists in himself. Shanks believes they can do it. And Loya believes that he can do it. Both have the same starting point and the same goal. Even the difference in ideas cannot erase the similarity between the two. But there is only one point, the contradiction that the two can't completely tolerate. That is, the existence of Shanks, the word, pirate, is an existence that Loya absolutely cannot tolerate. The word, pirate, is the sustenance of Shanks' spirit. There may be a compromise solution, such as eliminating those pirates who do evil, and leaving only the pure dreamers and freedom-chasing generation. But once it changes and chooses to compromise with Loya, what is the difference between being oppressed by the world government now? Freedom is also just empty talk. It is precisely because of this contradiction that Shanks finally chose to self-destruct, and fought a life-and-death fight with Guy and Blackbeard. Yuhi made the old part of the pirates and Roger pirates almost wiped out, and he himself has only a few years left to live, drinking medicine every day to get by. In the past few years, it was not his own luck, but his companions who fought for him. It's not that he wants to live a life, but because he has to live. They want Shanks to watch it, and Shanks must watch it too, to see whether they are right or wrong in going against Roger's choice. The sea breeze blew his hair, and the atmosphere became a little heavy. After listening to Loya's speech, Shanks knew that the man was right. What I insist on is also right, but I don't have the courage, ability, and luck of the other side. But this is the reason why he came this time. He didn't want to die in battle with the so-called righteousness of saving the world, but he chose to die in battle. He needs a reason, in the name of freedom. Now, This reason Loya gave him. So, Shanks raised his head and said firmly and slowly, "One Piece, it is real." Hi, I know, I even know One Piece's mother's last name. Loya said suddenly, picking her nose. "Come to the office quickly, I have to assign everyone's tasks." Shanks. Hemp egg. What's with this urge to curse? Navy headquarters, in the Marshal's office. 4 ports, we need everyone to attack in 4 directions. Loya pointed to the map and arranged it step by step. I am responsible for the node in the East China Sea. If she is not there, I will close the port. On the South China Sea, K. Rockdale and Jones, you two led our troops and took Hades over there. No matter whether there are people there, as long as you reach the bombardment range, you will immediately use the goddess of death to make a fever. The undead who can follow to deal with the king have been released by Loya alone. It is even more difficult for the king to seize control of them, so it is better to kill them directly. K. Rockdale clenched his fists and nodded. I understand. On the West Sea side, Marshal Sengoku, Marshal Aokiji, you will lead the naval headquarters and the reinforcements from the world government. I know this is nonsense, but I still want to say. Perseverance is victory. It's really going to be hard for Garp and Zephyr this time. Sengoku said to the two of them. It's good that our old bones still have a chance to fight hard. This time Crane's request was not rejected by Sengoku, because if they failed, the world would disappear. The North Sea is the task of your pirates and the Silencer. Mr. Kushiro, I'm sorry to put you in this chaotic team, because I really can't balance the combat power. It's fine, Mr. Loya, anyway, I've been out to sea, although it's only been 2 years. Kushiro squinted his eyes, as if he was not going to the battlefield, but going out for an outing. Hey kid, what do you mean by balanced combat power? Are we that weak? Whitebeard's turban was rubbing against the ceiling. At 7 meters tall, he forced Sengoku to tear down the door of his office before entering. After saying this, Whitebeard raised his hand, and a can of green liquid fell into his hand. On the other side, Loya was taking out several large cardboard boxes and sending them to others one by one. This is SPX-10, the secret medicine of the world government. If you drink it or inject it when you are about to die, you can continue to fight for more than 10 minutes. Of course, the effect of the medicine is very strong, and you will die if you use it up. Afterwards, Loya looked at Whitebeard and answered the question he had just asked. Speaking bluntly, Mr. Kushiro is the strongest single player among all the people present except me. I'm afraid you will only be able to drink this in your current state. The strength to fight him. Get another, maybe you need to drink too. Whitebeard. I punch you to death, believe it or not. Chapter 740 Undead Sword and Bombs. Fight, definitely not dare to fight. Whitebeard is confident but not conceited. He is only very weak now, and his personal realm is still there. So he knew very well that Loya was right, Kushiro was indeed here to balance his combat power. Among these guys present, there are several people that the current Whitebeard can't see through. Although the One Piece world is not taking the route of fantasy and self-cultivation, and there are bugs such as spiritual consciousness to detect the opponent's realm, but as a battle-hardened powerhouse, the sense of danger is still very sensitive. Among the people present, there are 4 standing at the top. One is Loya, the other is K. Rockdale, the third is Marshal Aokiji, and the fourth is Kushiro. It's a pity that Whitebeard found himself not even 5th. After assigning tasks and sending SPX-10, Loya and Simon looked at each other and coughed. Cough, everyone, let's get ready. This is the last day of rest time, take good care of it. Also, Marshal Sengoku, Marshal Aokiji, Lieutenant General Garp, Lieutenant General Suru, Mr. Dorag, Mr. Kushiro, Whitebeard, Shanks, please wait a moment. The rest of the people gave Loya a strange look, but they didn't care. Although everyone's strength is not much different, there are only a few who can be team leaders, and there are many people who can't be team leaders. Mihawk, for example, gave Kushiro a wary look before turning around and leaving. Is there any trouble for leaving us here, Loya? After counting the number of people, Sengoku frowned slightly. It was their troops in the South China Sea and the North China Sea who were stopped. It seems that the situation has changed. However, Loya shook his head and said, "It's not trouble, but I have prepared a secret weapon for you." Afterwards, Loya glanced at Simon, who nodded and put the box that was supposed to contain the SPX-10 on the table. The number of SPX-10s is limited, and even with the help of the world government of this world, one cannot have one. But this thing can be used by everyone. Bang! A Mukuro bone sword with a clear and peculiar style was pulled out by Roha, and the metal sword was engraved with complex inscriptions. There is an upside-down skeleton in the sword jaw, staring at a pair of empty eye sockets. No matter which direction you look at, those pupilless eyes seem to be staring at him, filled with the breath of death. What is this? Shank's scalp was numb from the skeleton's stare, and he rubbed his skin with goosebumps. The great sword of the undead, the one on Krokdar's back. Roha inserted the sword on the conference table and explained, "But I carved a special rune inside and transformed it, so don't expect it to be used for fighting, but it can turn corpses into undead." The corpse. Transform into undead. Everyone took a deep breath, and Sengoku said solemnly, "Is the situation really that dangerous? It is not enough to hold the purpose of dying in battle. Even if you die, you must be resurrected and continue to fight for the undead. If I hadn't found her the first time, it did. This kind of thing is not acceptable to everyone, so Loya left the leaders in all aspects alone and told them the truth. If you can, I really don't want you to use this." Loya sighed. As long as the soul is not erased, it can be transformed into an undead by this sword. After that, it will bear the pain of the burning soul, and burst out with more power than when you were alive, until the soul burns away. This sword no longer even has a complete body restriction. Even if the corpse is destroyed, it can be resurrected in a ghost state. It is the most extreme way of using the power of the undead. If you agree, put a drop of your blood in the skeleton's eye. It will automatically activate after you all die, and even the King of Heaven can't stop it." After speaking, Loya glanced at the silent crowd, and continued to take things from the box. Only this time, even a monster of his level was cautious, as if he was holding some kind of treasure. Seeing that Loya was so cautious, the rest of the people let go of their tangled thoughts and cast curious glances. Whitebeard stretched out his hand and took the small square wrapped in a shock-absorbing shell directly from Loya's hand and placed it in front of his eyes. "What the hell is this? Don't tell me it's still transforming the undead. Put me down." Suddenly, Roha roared violently, causing Whitebeard's hands to freeze with fright. However, a character of this level was not so frightened that he let go. Whitebeard was stunned and put the box on the table in a daze. Simon began to sweat coldly from the moment Whitebeard snatched the box, and it was only then that he breathed a sigh of relief and took out his handkerchief to wipe the sweat. "Hey, what's in here?" Seeing this, Marshal Qingzi was full of ominous premonitions. He felt that he had overlooked something, but he was always unable to catch inspiration. Lying on the table and inspecting it carefully, Loya breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to explain. "Didn't Geisa complete a new Kingdom of Death? This is an enhanced version of the Kingdom of Death that he mixed with some brand new technologies." Geisa Current, that mad scientist. Sengoku touched his chin, considering whether to intensify his search after destroying the King of Heaven. To be able to develop a weapon that makes Roha so cautious, this child, do and stay. As everyone knows, Loya, who has slapped a handful of guys in this world, heard the words, nodded and said, "Yes. In our world, I subdued him and asked him to create a bomb to be used on the King of Heaven." Hearing this, Aokiji suddenly realized. I said what was missing. It is an inevitable fact that Loya is unreliable. The serious look before made him forget this, and now. Looking at the other 3 boxes wrapped in straw in the big wooden box, Aokiji's mouth twitched. "I remember that guy turned the biological weapon, Death Country, into a powerful bomb. Before you came, you told me that Geisa further increased the power of the explosion, but it became very unstable. Right. Gollum. After swallowing, Sengoku's eyelids twitched, and he also looked at the 3 small tin boxes in the wooden box. Dare you ask, how powerful is this thing? I haven't tried it, and I don't know. Loya took out the boxes one by one and placed them in front of Sengoku and Whitebeard. Originally, they could keep their curious eyes, but after Loya said the next sentence, they stood up neatly and knocked over the chair and took 3 steps back. Because Loya said so. Anyway, I know that if all 4 are put into the belly of the king and detonated, we have nothing to do. Just wait for the corpse to be collected. While the idea is definitely not going to work, the power is so terrifying. A terrifying bomb that even the king can't bear. And how unstable is this thing, bastard? A group of people screamed Kiba. Find a stronger guy to throw it. Loya snapped his nostrils indifferently. Anyway, don't shoot with a cannon, it will explode. The impact of gunpowder, even if it is wrapped in a shock-absorbing shell, the realm of death will really explode in an instant. That's a real blast. Rescue is not necessary. Chapter 741 Final Exchange. After all, Sengoku and the others agreed to take the bomb with them when they set off. And they are all kept by themselves, and they will not even tell other people the news. This kind of big killer, put in the team simply shakes the hearts of the army. Compared with it, what is the undead sword? In addition, they all dripped their own blood on the undead sword. Because they knew that they might not be able to do well. It is difficult to accept the resurrection of the undead, but it is even more difficult to accept that they fail without exerting their full strength, and then watch the world be destroyed. It took a day for the team to assemble. People who wanted to see their relatives and friends in the distance signed up for Loya, and he carried them to meet their relatives and friends for the last time. No one knows if they can live or die. This parting, either will never see each other again, or meet in hell soon. In the early morning of the 3rd day, the sun rose, and in front of the naval headquarters, an unprecedented terrorist coalition appeared. It was the strongest coalition formed by the world government, the Navy headquarters, the silenced army, the 4 emperor pirates, and the legion of the undead from another world. Having crossed 2 worlds, they have abandoned their status and their past prejudices today, and only appeared on the battlefield against the King of Heaven as a warrior. At this moment, whether it is the great fusion in the mouth of the world government, the peaceful age that Drago hopes, or the great secret treasure in the eyes of the pirates, it seems to have appeared. Standing in front of the viewing platform, Loya didn't say much. Everything that needs to be said has been said, and everything that needs to be done has been done. Either live or die. The result is just 2. When everyone puts down their fear of death and their prejudice against each other, they have nothing to fear. So Loya only said one sentence. Go. Destroy her. Oh who. Justice shall prevail. Protect our home. A huge group of warships like a continent sailed out of the naval headquarters in a mighty manner. The Yuhi soil continent, which divided the New World and the first half of the Paradise, was opened by Pluto, allowing warships to pass at will. The eyes of the whole world are focused on this huge battle, which can be called unprecedented, either watching from the sidelines, or silently praying. Loya stood in Yundian, watching from above the warriors who had embarked on the journey one after another, and looked back at the East China Sea. Zagu, Ivy, I will destroy her, I promise. It will take a while for the army to reach the port, and Loya cannot leave the naval headquarters until then. He had tried to make a surprise attack before, but Tianwang was much stronger than him. He sensed the movement of the breath and immediately prepared to activate the rune. The power that destroyed the world fluctuated, and Loya had to go home. Now wait for the army to arrive before Loya can set off. The reason why there is such a thing as a port in the explosion rune is actually the same as a complex mathematical problem that requires different formulas and theorems to solve. Tianwang is undoubtedly a scholar. She gradually decomposed the explosion runes covering such a huge area, and almost proved the answer, but left 4 ports waiting to be activated individually. Just as Loya and the others guessed, the King of Heaven is indeed using this method to attract them. And the troops must be dispersed according to her requirements for her to play. Compared with the fact that Loya wants to destroy her, Zaku and Ivy want to target her, what makes the king more angry is the participation of ordinary people in this world. Ivy herself is not a good person, she grew up to the limit of fantasy, she is not willing to end here. By chance, she found a way to detach from that world, but the way is to destroy that world. Then she did it without any scruples or even took it for granted, and appeared between dreams. Christopher, the land where she was born and raised, the world she destroyed. As the patron saint who has protected the world for countless years, facing countless people's pleas and prayers, she resolutely chose to be reborn from a broken mirror. For the former Ivy, mortals, especially mortals trapped in illusions, were not even ants in her eyes. The ants still exist in at least one world, and are essentially equal to her, but the fantasy creatures are so low that she doesn't bother to glance at them. Now, fully inheriting that evil side of Ivy's heart, the King of Heaven was completely angered by the actions of this group of mortals. In this way, she wants to make them understand how terrible it is to interfere in the battle of the gods without authorization. At the same time, she has to use this method to make Ivy see clearly that she is an evil god. An evil god whose evil is stronger than good. Elois Blood told her that even if she merged into the One Piece illusion, and used her body to mend the sky and support the illusion from being destroyed, it would not change the reality that she was an evil god. As soon as the army set off, the magic left by the king told her the news. Through perception she found that Loya did not try to raid again. Immediately, the King of Heaven sneered, "Yes, that's it. Let them come over one by one, and then let me kill them." Unlike what Loya imagined, in this world, not only Zaku can communicate with her, but Ivy can communicate with her even more. After saying this, the King of Heaven seemed to notice something, raised his head and looked at the top of the cave covered with black crystal. At this point, do you still think he will win? In front of her is another her. It was her other self that she forcibly split her body with magic and created it. It's just that different from Ivy who has independent thinking after splitting her body, the other king is still controlled by her, just like a clone and a puppet. Two kings. And they are two heavenly kings who have no loss of power and are almost the same as before. For Loya and the World Alliance, no matter how many means they prepare, they are almost invincible. But Ivy didn't seem to be worried about this at all, and sighed after hearing this. "I never knew why I did that before, but now I understand. When I see you, I seem to see my old self. But I'm not you. I will replace you and become the new you." The King of Heaven roared angrily. "It is clear that we are all part of you, but you still refuse to admit it." "No, you're wrong. I always knew you were part of me." Ivy's tone was calm, not at all disturbed by Tian Wang's questioning. "Only half of you will not understand this feeling. But you have to know that I have failed before. You will also fail now." Quote. "Humph. I'm not like you, Ivy." The King of Heaven sneered. "You are the whole that can only be formed by me and him together, and I am me. Wait at the end of the world. When I merge his dragon body, I will come to you and become the real Christopher Ivy. And then step into the cycle of failure again." Ivy asked calmly, and then disappeared. She didn't reappear, despite how the King of Heaven roared in place. Chapter 742 Trap. Yuhi Soil Continent was bombarded by Hades, connecting the New World and the first half, which is of great significance. In the past, this place was a moat, dividing the four seas and the great shipping route, but now it is an unimpeded passage that can still be traveled by ships. However, it is not enough to pass through the Yuhi mainland. The pirate coalition led by Whitebeard went to the North Sea, and it took a little too long to sail all the way down the upside-down mountain. So their goal was the edge of the windless belt, across the Navy's secret route. Although for ordinary people, the windless zone has no wind at any time and place, except for naval warships that cannot sail at all. But after so many years, the Navy has still figured out a route with weak winds. They don't usually use it or even block it secretly, but it is undoubtedly very suitable for the pirates to hand over to the Allied forces at this moment. If it weren't for this route, the rest would have to wait for Whitebeard to arrive before they could set off, to avoid angering the king and causing the rune to detonate in advance. Half a month later, Loya, who was hanging out in the naval headquarters, received a message from Aokiji. Loya, Whitebeard contacted us just now. They have arrived at the port and are arranging personnel to land on the island. It seems that it is just reporting a small matter, but everyone understands that behind this small matter, waiting for them will be a battle of Shura. Who will survive? How does this world end? Akatsuki can see for himself after this little thing at most an hour. Arrived yet? Loya raised his head. It was a sunny day in the Navy headquarters today, which seemed to be a good omen. Afterwards, he flashed back to the headquarters fortress and picked up the dragon-slaying sword. Then, good luck to you, Aokiji-sensei. You too, goodbye. Bang! A hole suddenly exploded in the wall of the fortress of the naval headquarters, and a figure rose into the sky and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. In the air, only a circle of smoke and dust and the deafening muffled thunder were left. This seems to be a signal. In an instant, everyone in the Navy headquarters put down their work, silently raised their heads, and looked at the distant figure. Success or failure, in one fell swoop. Line up, line up. The captain gathers with the team members, and immediately spreads out for Lao Su. Don't let the other party take it all in one pot. In the North Sea, around an unknown island, hundreds of pirate ships are lined up on the sea surface, and a cannon is aimed at the island, ready to launch at any time. Dad. Marco spread his wings and landed, reporting to Whitebeard Way. No abnormalities were found. It seems that the King of Heaven is not here. You can't see it with your eyes. Katakuri. Charlotte Lingling heard the words, turned around and shouted to her son, "Move out the God Protector gate and blow up this island for me." Nani? Marco stared at her in horror, and hurriedly stopped. The island was bombed. How should we settle down? For this question, Whitebeard explained one step ahead. If she is not here, we don't need a place to fight. But if she is here, we will definitely not tolerate us blowing up the island. This sentence means that he agrees with Charlotte Lingling's plan, and then grins. It's better not to let Lao Su miss out. I've been thirsty for a long time. Following the order, a huge cannon with a very terrifying length was transported from the rear of the fleet. More than a dozen pirate ships are guarding around it. Not to protect, but to use their own weight to withstand the terrifying recoil. Notify the whole ship, prepare for shelling. Destroy everything and leave none. Bang bang bang. A cannon was also pushed out and aimed at the island. Then, fire. Boom. Bang bang bang. A dazzling UV light was emitted from the protector gate and fell towards the island. The rest of the cannons also fired, and the dense iron balls were woven together in the air, like a dark cloud. Rumbling. Bang. A terrifying mushroom cloud rose from the center of the island, and the protector of the country fell, and its power was comparable to a natural disaster. The shells of the other artillery also landed on the island, and the fire was soaring into the sky for a while, and the smoke filled the air. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard bit Kiba. Damn it. It looks like we really missed out. But at the same time, he still felt a trace of happiness in his heart, because his sons and daughters would not have to fight with their lives. But just after the artillery was fired, a dazzling orange-yellow light emerged under the sea. The invisible dangerous aura made Whitebeard's scalp numb, and without even thinking about it, he slammed it out in the air. Bang! There seemed to be some steel under the sea, and the air of the Whitebeard hit it, making a deafening symphony of golden iron. At this moment, Katakuri suddenly widened his eyes and shouted loudly. Watch out! It's going to explode. What? Whitebeard was burning with rage, but in a flash he understood that this was a trap laid by the King of Heaven. Damn. Everyone runs to the island. But, it's too late. The explosion runes are very unstable. The King of Heaven calculated that they would wash the ground with shells instead of landing directly on the island as soon as they arrived, so they placed explosion runes around them in advance. By the time their shelling activates it, it's out of range. Next moment. Bang! At the same time that the Pirate Alliance encountered a trap, the Navy also encountered a trap. However, the shooting range of the naval artillery is relatively far. After the explosion rune is activated, only part of the warships closest to the island are affected. The waves rising into the sky are as high as thousands of meters, which shows the power of this explosion. The two green pheasants stepped on the moon and came to the sky, freezing the waves from the beating, avoiding secondary damage. However, this is just the beginning. Marshall, the enemy appears underwater. It's the undead. No, what is that? Ah! There was a scream from the phone bug, and then there was the sound of a sharp blade entering the body. Sengoku turned his head to look at the warship where the messenger was, and saw a huge sea king lying on it, stretching out countless bladder-like tentacles, smashing the entire warship. Be careful, the King of Heaven has transformed into a sea king. Sengoku informed the phone bug, and at the same time ordered the generals, get rid of these monsters. All the rest go ashore. After getting the order, a warship rushed to the coast quickly. In this short distance, I don't know how many sea kings are making waves under the sea. Just when the Navy and the pirate coalition were devastated by the traps laid by the king and suffered heavy losses, on the battlefields on all sides, the only one who had the upper hand was the Hades fleet led by K-Roctal. There is no doubt about the shooting distance of the goddess of death. Although he did not find the explosive rune under the sea, the shelling distance of the goddess of death has long exceeded the scope of the explosion rune. The Sea King-like undead under the sea was discovered in advance because of the mutual induction between the undead, and was first cleaned up. Commander, shall we rush over next or? Jones dealt with a Sea King, flapping his wings and flying over. Don't look at him as a living person, but he is more adaptable to the environment than the undead. The Sea King wanted to drag him into the water to drown, but he was torn to pieces by the seabed. Now that the explosion has subsided, there may be more Sea Kings rushing to stay on the sea, and the passive situation is very unfavorable for them. After thinking for a while, K-Roctal pulled out the great sword of the undead. Come on, I will create a sea of sand on the foundation of the island for everyone to settle down. Got it. Explosive runes, undead Sea Kings, and the king did not show up at all, and these small means alone caused heavy losses to the combined army. Chapter 743 Fight Between Dragons. Loya went all the way to the east. This time, the king did not activate the rune to threaten him, so he quickly arrived at his destination. Hovering in midair, Loya sensed the explosion runes under the sea and the hundreds of undead Sea Kings bound by the space runes in the rune space. He can be sure that these are not prepared for him alone, and the 4 ports should all be arranged the same, but at this moment there is no time to worry about how much damage will be suffered in other aspects. In addition to taking out the runes and those Sea Kings, the island has another goal that he needs to take seriously. Dragon Slayer Profound Truth, the land of the end. Settled down a little, and Loya burst into trouble. The endless cold current froze the sea area and time in an instant, and the explosion rune had no time to detonate, and was invaded by terrifying magic power, completely destroying the node. But this freezing did not last long. Almost 2 or 3 breaths passed. Another powerful magic power instantly destroyed the freezing power and liberated this area from the blockade of time and space. At the same time, a figure rose from the top of the island and came into the air and looked at Loya from afar. Looks like I'm lucky. This sentence should be said by me, King of Heaven. Loya's body instantly soared, and his eyes turned into golden vertical pupils. The next moment, a huge ice crystal dragon that covered the sky and the sun appeared above the sky, and 2 ice storms spewed from its nostrils. Since you're here, let's get started. Roar of the Ice Dragon. Loya flapped his wings, sucked the surrounding air into his lungs, and then suddenly spit out a terrifying tornado with a diameter of several hundred meters. There is no endless hatred between the two, only endless contradictions. It's useless to talk too much, just fight. However, Loyado kept his mind and did not reveal his dragon-slaying sword from the very beginning. The explosion rune on it came from Ivy, and its power was guaranteed. Use it when you can't support it. May have an unexpected effect. Because he is definitely not the opponent of the king. Loya knew this from the very beginning. In order to deal with the king, that's why he found so many helpers. Now these helpers are scattered in all corners of the world by the King of Heaven, and by himself alone. To be honest, Loya is still a little guilty. The Death Country Bomb and Dragon-Slaying Sword are his trump cards against the Heavenly King. Before the situation is so severe, Loya is not ready to expose it. The ice tornado was wrapped in thousands of ice blades and rushed towards the King of Heaven. The moisture in the air was frozen by the cold air, and then pulled together by the ice tornado, as if wrapped in a white fringe. When it came to Uranus, it was more like a meteor than an ice storm. And the next moment. Noisy. Bang. The King of Heaven blocked this terrifying attack with one hand, and the dragon-like arm with sharp claws tore the ice storm apart. The ice cube fell to the side, but before it could fall under the influence of gravity, a huge pitch-black dragon claw smashed it into powder, and then stretched towards Loya. Are you capable of that? Loya. Laugh. The king in the form of a giant dragon is extremely fast, and when Loya noticed that the crisis began to move, his sharp claws had left 3 bloodstains on his face. It seems that you don't understand at all. Magic is the most ridiculous means of fighting between dragons. Loya almost avoided the head-opening blow against the belly of the king, but then the king flapped his wings and turned around in the air in an instant. The hard tail hammer blasted the air, and it fell heavily on Loya's stomach. Boom. Ho. Ahem. Being swept away for several kilometers by a tail, Loya spat out a pool of blood and barely stopped. This blow is indeed his carelessness. Although he has the body of a dragon, before this, Loya has never used a complete body of a dragon to fight the enemy. Different from human and dragon form, after complete dragon transformation, both defense and attack power will be greatly enhanced, and the biggest difference is the total amount of magic power that can be output per unit time. Loya, who is used to dragon-slaying magic, only regards the form after complete dragon transformation as a buff for magic amplification, and his thoughts have not changed for a while. In fact, in this form, the dragon's body is their strongest weapon and armor. The reason why the dragon wants to inherit rune magic to protect its offspring is because the offspring are not strong enough before they grow up and are easily targeted by various means. But after growing up, the more important role of rune magic is to master some tips to avoid the situation that manpower is sometimes poor. The King of Heaven taught Loya a lesson with vivid images and burning pain. When 2 giant dragons fight, how powerless and ridiculous magic is. At the same time, Loya also understands why Ivy wants to stay behind. Dragon Great Sword, not a magic wand. Bang. For Uranus, the distance of several kilometers can come in an instant. She rushed up fiercely, but at this time Loya was ready. In the face of the king who was madly hitting, he also swayed his body and smashed her to the side with a flick of the tail hammer. Tian Wang was a little dizzy after being hit by this tail, shook his head and looked at Loya in disbelief. How could the master fight with the body of a giant dragon so quickly? No, he just imitated what I did just now. Thinking of this, the king rushed forward again. Sure enough, Luoya repeated his old trick, trying to hit her head with his tail. The heavenly king, who had been prepared for a long time, leaned over and swayed, folded his wings, and with the help of gravity, twisted to avoid the attack, and then quickly bullied him. His sharp claws left bloodstains on Loya's stomach. The hard dragon scales were as thin as cicada wings in the face of the claws from the same kind, and a large piece was torn off in an instant. The blood sprayed out, like a rain of blood. Ow! This pained Loya's eyelids jumped, but it also made him more aware of how to fight with a dragon's body in the air. His strongest talent has long been revealed by Zephyr. In addition to his temperament and perseverance, this terrifying learning ability is the foundation of Loya's ability to stand on top of the world in a short period of time. Immediately, in the face of the second attack from the King of Heaven, Loya kicked her hind legs and kicked her in the face. Then, taking advantage of the moment when the two sides opened up the distance, he waved his wings and accelerated suddenly, opened his hideous mouth, and bit on the king's wings. Roar! Just like human joints, dragon wings can be used to hit people, but it must be very painful to be hit. The king of heaven howled in pain, but instead of struggling, he saluted Loya's neck. Ivy came out of the land of Longfall, and her experience in fighting with the same kind is invincible, so the king of heaven knows very well that he cannot retreat at this time. If my strength is still there. The king fought angrily. While biting Loya's neck, her front limbs clasped Loya's shoulders, and she used her hind limbs to dig his belly, trying to cut him open. Take your anger out on him. This time, Loya will definitely not dare to continue to bite and not let go. Immediately he turned his head and opened his mouth to aim at the belly of the king. His cheeks were swollen by the energy, and white lights filled with the aura of destruction shot out from the gaps between the teeth. Dragon Slayer profound truth. Tianyu is here. Boom. The king of heaven sensed something was wrong when Roha turned his head. Although the magic resistance of the dragon's body was so high that it was immune to almost all magical effects, Roha was different from the king of heaven. His dragon-slaying magic comes from another world, a kind of magic born specifically to slay giant dragons. So Tian Wang subconsciously tilted his head to avoid the white light, and the void on his face was shattered by the white light. But this is not the end. Immediately afterwards, a lot of frost appeared on Loya's body, and all the coquettish blue sparks burned on it. The temperature dropped to a freezing point in an instant, and the sea froze. Seeing this, the king released his claws and distanced himself from Loya. Oh, I just saw that you got better. Did you expect to use magic again? Feeling that the majestic magic in Loya's body began to boil, the king sneered. You are only a human being of a short-lived race after all, Loya. This most primitive fight is not suitable for you. But you seem to have forgotten that magic is just a joke to you and me. You're right, magic can't kill you. But it can create opportunities and let me kill you. Loya was covered in blood, looking at the heavenly king not far away. Your power doesn't seem to be mine. I heard that it is so powerful, so can you block this move? If the Flowing Dragon is the ultimate mystery developed by Roha combining all the power he possesses, then this move is the strongest attack developed by Roha's pure magic power. Those ice blue flames that can release the end of the land once are not even the main force, but the foil that creates conditions for the use of this trick. There were continuous cracks around Loya's body. It was the space that was cracked by frost, and screamed helplessly. Its name is, Appear the Blue-Eyed White Dragon. Use the blasting Hayate of destruction. Shatter this world. Of course, this name was repeatedly complained by Robin, and finally changed its name according to the appearance. Ice Dragon Double Kill. A little embarrassed, but still on leave. As the title says, go out for dinner after get off work tonight and drink like a dog. When I got home, drowsiness struck, and after writing a few hundred words, I couldn't hold it anymore, so I had to ask for a day off. The end of the book is imminent, but such a moth, the tree is really ashamed. In addition, the new book has been signed inside, and it can be released after the editor nods. Dashu would like to sincerely thank all the readers for accompanying Dashu through the most ignorant new period, jumping 720 degrees in situ and doing a backflip to the ground. Thank you. In the next book, I also hope that you can continue to support the big tree and continue to support genuine reading. In the past 40 weeks, there are no high-quality collections. Dashu has reflected on a lot, complained, distressed, and decadent. But I will definitely learn the lessons of this book and try to do better. The mentality has changed, and the rest is hard work. I always feel that the leave letter has written the tone of this testimonial. Look at the sky. Forget it, one last word. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. Chapter 734 Kill 1000 enemies, lose 800. A behemoth slowly appeared from the void. He had the same shape as Loya, but it was several times larger. Just one head is comparable to his overall size. However, it is such a behemoth that does not seem to exist in this world at all. His appearance did not bring any fluctuations, and the sharp claws that seemed to swipe across Loya's body did not cause any impact like a phantom. But just when he appeared, Tianwang immediately found himself locked by a terrifying sight. It was a threat she had never felt before, not as good as Zaku, but stronger than Loya. It was as if a third-party force appeared out of thin air on the battlefield between the two. Suddenly, the king looked down if he felt something. The tumbling tide stagnated in place, and the panicked seabird's wings were folded by their sides, but they did not fall. Time and space are frozen. When did it happen? Not good. She raised her head instantly, trying to escape from here. But she, who had already been locked in, knew that this move was in vain. At this moment, the enlarged version of Loya slowly opened his eyes and opened his mouth. Zizizi, bang. The white light was held in the mouth of the giant dragon in a radial shape, and then violently sprayed out. Damn it, don't be too happy too soon. Heavenly King knew that he couldn't dodge this move, so he mustered up his strength to condense an ice wall in front of him, and hid his body behind the ice wall. Crack, boom. The hard ice wall was easily broken open, and the King of Heaven was immediately immersed in the white light of destruction. At this moment, her dragon scales were completely unable to exert the terrifying magic resistance of the dragon, and were easily corroded and melted by the white light. In just an instant, the King of Heaven was bleeding like a stream. However, with the release of the white light, the time-space freeze was also broken. The king seized the opportunity and rushed out of the white light. But immediately, a figure violently smashed the space, leaving a dark scratch on her body. Boom, rumble. It was the sound of broken bones, the powerful swallowing formed after the space was broken, and the secondary explosion that merged with magic. The huge body of the King of Heaven was like a cannonball. It was instantly knocked down from the sky by this blow, and plunged into the bottom of the sea, splashing countless violent waves, slapping away in all directions. In place, Loya moved his body that was about to fall apart while staying away from the space crack. Ice Dragon double kill. Do you think it's over by condensing a phantom and using a stronger Tianyu arrival? Hiss. It hurts. It's better to call the Tianyu arrival enhanced version. Feeling that most of the magic power in the body was consumed, Luoya grinned at Kiba and said, "This trick is to use Laosu as a cannonball. I'm the 2 in the double kill. No, double. The function of destroying the white light is only to block the sight and perception of the king, and the lock of freezing time and space makes it difficult for her to escape, so she can only resist head-on. Then, is the real killer move. Using himself as a cannonball, Roha fired himself from the ice element cannon that was condensed with the huge magic power of the Land of the End dozens of times. In addition to launching, those ice elements and magic power are used to protect himself, and will not be dissolved by destroying the white light. After that, with the double help of destroying the white light and the ice element barrel, the Loya that was launched can be called a human-shaped nuclear bomb. The torn space can prove that he has torn the world apart just by relying on his physical strength. This move is very in line with Loya's style. It is simple and rude, the brain circuit is clear, and very unreliable. But it works. How can a normal person think of a way to launch himself out? Still so powerful. Even space can be shattered. If the King of Heaven can suppress him, Loya will never use this trick. In the face of an invincible opponent, using a move that kills 1000 and loses 800, it will only die faster. But due to unknown reasons, the King of Heaven was not as terrifying as Ivy told him, and Loya had the confidence. The Heavenly King who was hit is definitely not dead, but judging from the fact that most of her bones are broken now, the bones in her whole body are estimated to be slag. Even with their unscientific resilience, they can never heal in a short period of time. Breathing slightly, Loya waved his wings and plunged his head into the seawater. While Loya and the King of Heaven fought a decisive battle, on the other side, a one-sided massacre was underway. Just as Loya said, Whitebeard, who had already drank 2 bottles of SPX-10, looked at the light-hearted woman in shock and anger. The vibrations on her body appeared and disappeared, and her whole body was on the verge of collapse. There is only one reason for him to be so excited, and that is his opponent. It's just too powerful. In the entire pirate coalition, except for a few people who can barely fight with her, there is only one end for the rest. Die. Moreover, Whitebeard knows that the real body of the King of Heaven is a giant dragon with a height of 1,000 meters. Now it's just a human posture, and they have smashed their entire pirate coalition to pieces. An atmosphere of sadness and despair shrouded the battlefield, and even the Whitebeard gave birth to an illusion of powerlessness. Is it really impossible to stop her? Cough. Whitebeard, how long did we hold on? Mahawk is missing a leg, which he had cut with his finger when he attacked earlier. As the world's largest swordsman, he has always cut people, but today he was cut by others. 10 minutes. Less than. Whitebeard has been counting the time silently all the time. The fluctuation of the King of Heaven will inevitably be perceived by Roja, but it will take him at least half an hour to rush over. I thought I and others would be able to persevere, but now. You seem to be waiting for Loya, don't you? Suddenly, the King of Heaven pierced a pirate's stomach with his palm and shook his blood-stained palm. Before he could mourn for his son, Whitebeard frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" "What do you mean? Let me think about it." There was an evil smile on the delicate face of the King of Heaven. She tilted her head and pointed her bloody finger cutely. On the face, "It seems that you don't know yet, don't you? I set up a seal enchantment around this. As long as the power I use does not exceed the critical point of the enchantment, no fluctuations can be emitted." Nani? Those who were still alive took a deep breath and looked around. Sure enough, the mysterious talisman that appeared like a shadow floated in the surrounding air, forming an upside-down big bowl that enveloped them in it. In other words, they have killed so many people, let alone buying time. Doesn't Loya even know about it? You bugs are really annoying. I don't want to be disturbed by you while fighting him. So sorry, I have to kill you all first, and then go to Loya. Tian Wang's tone was flat, as if he was discussing such trivial matters as what to eat tonight. But maybe it's really a small thing for her. Damn. Charlotte Lingling clenched the Kiba pass and threw the big sword forward. Elbaf's gun, powerful country. The Jinchuriki column that ripped everything out spewed out and plowed the ground. But Tian Wang just slammed it aside with just one hand, angering the Jinchuriki column, hitting the rune barrier and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Afterwards, she hit Heish. You want to break through my seal with this ability? Are you being too naive, Ms. Charlotte? Call out. The next second, Tian Wang appeared beside Charlotte Lingling, looked up at the Born Destroyer. Tian Wang smiled slightly. It's time to send you on your way. There are guys from both directions waiting for me. In her hand, she holds a sharp blade made of ice. Laugh. The light flashed, and the huge and fat body was divided into two. But immediately, 3 dazzling sword lights covered the king. That was the sword light from Kushiro, Mahawk, and Shanks. On this battlefield, a pause for a second is a life and death crisis. No matter who dies the next moment, all they have to do is fight, keep fighting. Chapter 745. The situation is hot. When the King of Heaven saw Loya, he said, "It seems that I am lucky, because of the massacre in another battlefield. If Loya finds her at the first time, it means that he will not be able to protect the coalition forces in the remaining 3 positions. To endure the pain of tearing his body to create another self, the King of Heaven is not just going to use it to deal with Loya. That heart full of destruction and tyranny has never let go of other people's thoughts from beginning to end. Now that Loya is being held back, the fate of these people is doomed." East China Sea, on a doomsday battlefield. Through the huge life energy of the king, Loya quickly found the king from the turbid seawater. At this moment, she was lying in the trench that had been smashed out, looking miserable. There was a deep pit with visible bone on her back. The hard dragon scales and muscle tissue were torn apart by Loya. Seeing Loya's arrival, Tian Wang's muscles kept shaking, but he couldn't stand up. Just as Loya guessed, He himself broke most of his bones in this move, and he kept moving by relying on the terrifying resilience of the dragon's body. As the king of the attacked party, it was not much better. Not even a good piece of meat could be seen. You are weaker than I thought, King. Loya flapped his wings and stopped in front of the king. A black and a basket of two exaggerated beasts stepped on the trench, staring at each other hundreds of meters apart. I believe Ivy won't lie to me, but the actual situation is different from what she said. So let me make a bold assumption, is your power limited by Zaku? Cuckoo. The King of Heaven opened his mouth, but not a single syllable came out. The bones on her body are still healing, and it is really embarrassing to want to speak at this moment. But she told Loya with those eyes full of hatred and malice that his assumption was right. In fact, being beaten by Loya is not only because of Zaku's relationship, but also because she underestimated Loya. From the beginning to the end, including Loya himself, is very clear about one thing, that is, Loya is by no means an opponent of the king. The king himself thinks so. So even if the power is limited, the king still does not think that Loya can defeat himself. This confidence reached a peak after she tore her body to create a clone, which can almost be called contempt. But what she didn't notice was that Loya was a little different from her. It can be said that apart from the body of the dragon, there is no similarity between the two. When she lost the capital to do whatever she wanted, she still chose to use potential to bully others and use two superimposed forces to win. And Loya has never had the same capital as hers, all he has is the power accumulated from scratch. He is the most stingy ironcock, maximizing the effect of every ability of his own. Therefore, the gap between the realms is still very large, but Loya can burst out the power that makes her seriously injured. White light rises from the dark seabed, and the palpitating breath makes marine creatures in a radius of hundreds of kilometers flee frantically. Looking at the king in front of him, Loya's expression was indifferent, and he spit it out. Bang! However, at the same time as the explosion appeared, the King of Heaven suddenly disappeared in place. Immediately afterwards, Roha felt that he was stabbed into the back by a sharp blade, and couldn't help groaning. He looked back and saw that the king was hooking into his body with a sharp claw. Impossible, how did you move? However, the king did not answer his thoughts, and the claws inserted into Loya's shoulder continued to add force, tearing down fiercely. If she completes the action, Loya's heart will be pulled out. He didn't want to try to see if he could survive without his heart, so he decisively transformed into a dragon man form, pulled out the dragon-slaying sword that had been stored in the rune space, and slammed everything backwards. Snort. Bang. The change in the size of the dragon man's form allowed him to avoid the tear of the king, and the sword of the dragon slashed into the claws of the king, and then the explosion rune inside was activated. A few seconds later, a huge mushroom cloud rose from the sea. Two figures rushed out of the firelight, several kilometers away from each other, and floated in the air. Loya clutched the huge crack on his shoulders that almost reached his heart, holding the dragon-slaying sword, and looked at the King of Heaven vigilantly. Ice, instead of bones. In front of him, the King of Heaven also gathered the body of a dragon and turned into a giant woman about the same height as him. Although he almost took out Loya's heart, the state of the king at the moment is still not very good. On the fair skin, black crystals protruded out, making her look like a cactus. That was when the king transformed the dragon's body to avoid the explosion rune, and the ice crystals that were shaped in his body were too late to recover the residue left behind. And there is only one reason why these ice crystals are in her body. When the bones are all broken, she fuses the ice crystals into her own bones and forcibly replaces the role of the bones with ice crystals. This kind of crazy behavior is no different from Loya launching himself as a cannonball. However, this almost self-harming behavior, the effect is indeed very good. If the King of Heaven is still unable to move when Loya launches the white light of destruction, she will definitely be even more miserable now. Both of them were adjusting their status, and they didn't make the first move. While waiting for the injury to recover, Loya sneered, "Didn't you say that the dragon is the most powerful weapon when fighting? What are you doing now? Hit yourself in the face. The behavior of the King of Heaven giving up the body of the dragon is completely different from this statement. In the face of Loya's provocation, the King of Heaven did not speak, silently wiped away the scattered ice crystals on his body, and then a piece of dragon scales emerged from under the skin. To deal with you, this form is enough. Clang. An ice gun was condensed by the king and held in his hand. Incarnated in the form of a dragon man, the power and defense of the King of Heaven was indeed greatly reduced, but the speed was increased several times, which was more suitable for close combat. There is a situation that the two of them knew but did not say is that they can't use the dragon body to continue fighting now. Loya's body was on the verge of collapse due to his own moves, and even if he wasn't attacked by the king, he couldn't hold on for too long. The King of Heaven suffered the frontal blow of the ice dragon double kill, and because of the destruction of the white light behind Loya, he was forced to dodge by himself. Both of them only have half the body of a dragon, and the toughness of their bodies is far less powerful than Ivy's heyday. The water in the glass can be filled up immediately, but the glass is cracked and they are helpless. Seeing Tianwang's move, Loya frowned slightly. Do you think that just relying on ice crystals can block my dragon-slaying sword? Can't stop. The king is telling the truth. The appearance of the dragon-slaying sword was something she did not expect. It was in the face of the double threat of the dragon-slaying sword and the physical injury that she chose to give up the dragon form. However, even if it can't be stopped, the king has his own way of winning. She is stronger than Loya. Even if she is restricted, she is stronger than Loya. Especially when it comes to recovery. At this moment when there are cracks in the bodies of both sides, and even the dragon form can't hold on, continue to fight, who can hold on longer is no doubt. After saying these 3 words, Tianwang flapped his wings and appeared in front of Loya in the blink of an eye. The ice gun in his hand was not accidentally cut by the dragon-slaying sword, but the Heavenly King immediately condensed another ice gun. Then shoved it into Loya's stomach. At the same time, she also paid the price of being slashed in the shoulder by Loya. Boom. The two sides were swept away by the air waves of the explosive runes. The king covered his wound and sneered, "What if you can't stop it? How long can you hold on?" On her body, those ice crystals were gradually being replaced by the regrown bones, and the granulation at the wound quickly wriggled and quickly stopped the bleeding and healed. On the other hand, Loya was covered in blood, and even the paw prints on his shoulders hadn't grown yet. Chapter 746 Blow Up. This is not the finale, there are a few more chapters left. The situation is not good. My family knew about their own affairs, and the Heavenly King after being restricted was indeed not much different from himself, but that was only in terms of attack. In addition, whether it is physical strength or recovery speed, he cannot be compared with the King of Heaven. He was the one who launched the attack, but he was still hit as hard as the Heavenly King who was attacked. He was also severely injured, and he couldn't even maintain the body of a giant dragon, but the King of Heaven recovered faster than him. As long as the King of Heaven continues to exchange injuries for injuries, he will definitely be the one who falls first. But at present, Loya can only continue to fight, and it is not yet time to use his trump card. Boom. The two fought together again, and the space was constantly shaking from the aftermath of the battle. The dragon-slaying sword was unrivaled, and it was easy to cut through the ice spear that the opponent had condensed. However, the King of Heaven relied on his body and recovery speed to be much stronger than Loya, and he continued to launch suicide attacks. This is a real life and death battle, whoever can't hold on first will be the loser. The aftermath of the battle between two truly transcendental powerhouses is terrifying. The entire East China Sea was turned upside down, and no one could escape them. For ordinary people, it takes 2 or 3 days to reach the sea area by boat. For them, it may only be a distance of being knocked off by the other party. When they appear on top of ordinary people, the shock from the collision alone is enough to kill the living, knock down houses, and uproot islands. The only good thing is that the evacuation of the islands closer to the port started early. Under the general mobilization of the whole world, a large blank sea area was cleared. So far, not many civilians have been affected and killed. Normally, Liloya would never allow such a situation to occur, but now he really can't care so much. Tian Wang's crazy style of play is shocking, not to mention himself in the battlefield. As the fighting continued, wounds on both sides increased. The king was panting and covered with wounds all over his body, but Loya was even more miserable. In addition to maintaining the ability to fly, he only has one hand left to continue holding the dragon-slaying sword. His left hand was cut off by Qigong in the unknown number of confrontations, and his feet were full of bones, and it was difficult to heal. Seeing this, the king laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha ha. Ivy still has so much confidence in you, it seems that you are no more than that." In the face of the king's mockery, Luo Shu silently erected the dragon-slaying sword, his eyes still so firm. "This sentence, you should stay and say it after killing me. But I know you don't have that opportunity." Quote. Bang. The king of heaven wrinkled a cross on his forehead, his face full of expression. "Then I will send you on your way now." Bang. At the moment when the air explosion sounded, the two fought together again. Loya's will is very firm, but the firmness cannot change the fact that his body can no longer hold on. The action of a block was a little slower, and the king pushed away the dragon's sword, and his sharp claws dug into Loya's belly. Puff! The arm came out of the body and stretched out behind Loya's back. Wow! Vomiting out a pool of blood, Loya opened his eyes stained with sweat and blood and looked at the king. "You're just like that, little guy. Ha 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 ha." The king of heaven laughed wildly. This was her heartfelt pleasure. The opponent who thought she could easily defeat her has fought with her for so long, and even hit her hard, making the king of heaven really aggrieved. But now, this humiliating battle is coming to an end, and she is the final victor. "I'll send you on your way right away, then devour your body and destroy the world. After that, go find Ivy and become a complete self." The king of heaven began to imagine what he had planned, and his expression was evil and crazy. But at this moment, a very contemptuous smile came. "Hee hee. Huh." The king lowered his head unhappily and looked at Loya, who was hanging on his hand and hunched over his body. Suddenly, she felt a hint of crisis. The danger of the dragon's body is predicted, but not only Loya has it. But at this point, what else can Loya do? Tian Wang was a little reluctant to believe this hunch, and asked with a frown, "What are you laughing at?" As she spoke, she slowly twitched her arms, and ice thorns pierced out of Loya's belly. Cough, cough. Loya grinned at Kiba in pain, but he raised his head with a contemptuous smile. "I'm laughing at your ignorance and stupidity." "What did you say?" Almost bit Kiba and squeezed out these words, but at this moment, a terrifying aura surged wildly. That scorching heat with a cold wind like murderous intent made the king's spine go cold. At the same time, a golden light burst out from Loya's stomach, pierced through his dragon scales, and roasted his muscles. Even with the body of a giant dragon, it can't stop these golden lights with a thickness of less than 1 centimeter. "This is the last resort, king. Die with me." Hum. A terrifying vibration suddenly appeared in the area where they were, tearing the space apart. It was the shaking fruit from another world, Whitebeard, which was dispelled by Ivy, and then merged into Loya's soul. For ordinary people, this vibrational force that surpasses the limit and is supported by the body of a dragon is enough to destroy the world. But in the battle with Tianwang, the dragon scales of the opponent could not be torn apart at all. The whole world is too fragile for them. It was for this reason that Loya had been reluctant to use this ability before. But there is another reason, which the king never thought of. That is to shatter a large area of space at one time and trap them in place. No. The king struggled frantically, and she discovered Loya's intentions. Although the vibration is not a threat to her, it can tie her to this area. What Loya is waiting for is the chance she can't escape, and then detonates the bomb in her stomach. From Geisa, a mad scientist, and the top technology of the Tianyu human race, the improved Kingdom of Death is an ability that even Roja is afraid of. Nourishes. Boom. On another battlefield, the King of Heaven was enjoying his slaughter trip while avoiding the artillery fire launched by Hades. For her, in the entire three-sided battlefield, only this cannon named Goddess of Death can pose a threat to her. The rest, whether it's Aokiji or K-Roctal, whether it's Kushiro or Mahak, are just a little trickier. At this moment, it was her second time to transfer the battlefield. Appearing near the undead army led by K-Roctal means that the troops in the other two directions have been wiped out. And their only victory was to make the King of Heaven even more angry. She never thought she'd be hurt by the bugs, but it was. She was injured more than once, and on several occasions she was even nearly forced out of her real body. Especially the kind of bomb carried by the other party has the power to kill her directly. In order to avoid the explosion range, the King of Heaven is like a lost dog, rolling and crawling. This situation makes the king very angry. Even if the injury is not fatal enough, she is also furious. Therefore, she will use the greatest desperation to deal with this last army, let them cry out in despair, and then destroy them. Laugh. Once again, the desert that K-Roctar hit was cut open, and the king seized the opportunity to pull out K-Roctar from the sand sea where he was hiding. Go to hell, little bug. Seeing that the claw that emerged from the dragon scale was about to wipe out K-Roctal's soul, but before she could actually do it, K-Roctal roared with grief and anger, and the soul immediately dissipated. At the same time, the king also felt that the breath of the other self began to gradually weaken. Bang! At the last moment, the undead on Hades shot a cannon at Heavenly King, beating her terribly. When she rushed out of the gunfire, she had no object to vent. Because all the undead on the Pluto deck lost their souls at the first time and turned into real corpses. Donghai, what happened? The King of Heaven turned his head sharply and looked at the position of the deity. Recalling the bombs she encountered, a thought came to her mind. Don't tell me. Chapter 747 Resurrection. Chapter 747 One Piece World, this plane. The purpose of Loya letting Ulysses stay is to shock others. After they leave, only the Sea King can compete with them in the whole world. But with Shirahoshi's character, it's not as difficult for her to come out to harm others as it is to expect Ulysses to betray. Therefore, no matter how the outside world is affected by wind and rain, Turtle Island will stand still. But just today, Ulysses fell. At the same time, there are thousands of undead legions all over the world. Drago, who is gradually devouring the world government, suddenly stopped all actions and sent people to contact Turtle Island, but received no reply. So, almost everyone suddenly had a terrible idea. Ice Dragon, Loya, the terrifying giant dragon entrenched in the mouth of the New World, fell. Then, there was a worldwide riot. Because everyone knows where Loya took those people and what to do. If he falls, it means that the king wins, and the world will be turned to dust in the anger of the king who escaped from trouble. Countless people began to vent their rage. Massacre, looting, destruction, all laws and morals are gone at this moment. At this last moment, they can only vent their inner fears in this way. Even the well-disciplined navy is beginning to feel uneasy. But at this moment when everyone was looking desperate, Turtle Island remained motionless. Even if Ulysses has fallen, the prestige of Anilu and others is enough to protect Turtle Island. Ivy showed her figure again and comforted Robin softly. Then, she turned her eyes to the East China Sea and muttered to herself. Is it finally going to appear? Your alien body. Yes, at the moment when everyone thought that Loya had failed, only everyone in Turtle Island knew that Loya was actually alive. But words are pale, and no matter what they announce, the turmoil will continue. Only by waiting for Loya's return, the world will calm down again. The king's flying speed was very fast, and just after the aftermath of the explosion of the Kingdom of Death dissipated, she crossed the entire sea area and came to the position where Loya and the king were fighting. The sky was like a curtain ravaged by wild beasts, with dark scratches everywhere. During this time, Purple-black lightning flashed from time to time, exuding the aura of destroying everything. Here, the King of Heaven could not perceive any aura from the two of them, as if they had disappeared out of thin air. But the avatars of the king knew that they did not disappear out of thin air. Both his body and Loya were wiped out in the terrifying explosion just now, and they were evenly distributed in this space. She had personally experienced the power of the kingdom of death. Fortunately, the deity left me, otherwise it would be too embarrassing to end up with the big bully and die together. With a sneer on his face, Tian Wang stretched out his hand, palm up. Hum. The magic power was released, and the gray balls of light emerged from the void, slowly condensing towards her palm. Those are the soul fragments of the Heavenly King. Although the kingdom of death is terrifying, destroying the body is the limit. It is undoubtedly embarrassing to want to further destroy their souls. If the Tianyu human race really has such powerful technology that even the soul of the Heavenly King can be destroyed, how could it end up falling apart? Slowly, the light ball changed from gray to white, from white to black, and a miniature version of the king appeared in the hands of the king. When the ball of light no longer appeared around, Muran opened his eyes in the palm of his hand. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Calm down, he's already dead. The King of Heaven clone said softly, pointing to the surrounding space. Even you can't reunite your soul without the help of your other self, let alone him. Damn, the King of Heaven scolded unwillingly, knowing that this was a fact. Then she smiled wickedly and said, okay, that's fine too. Without him as a hindrance, my great cause is about to be completed. After that, she said to the king's clone, hurry up and give me your body, and I will be resurrected. No. A horrifying word was spit out from the mouth of the king's clone, and the king's deity suddenly raised his head and looked at her in disbelief. Are you disobeying my order? We are one body, regardless of you and me, how can you say, disobey my orders? The king's clone replied lightly, but in terms of consciousness and thinking, they are separated from each other. She slowly kneaded the spirit body of the king's deity, not only making her speechless, but even her consciousness began to drift away. At this moment, the King of Heaven clone continued. After Ivy left the body, we lost our soul. You and I know how hungry the body without the soul is. Loya is lucky, he filled the void in his body with his own soul and doesn't have to endure this pain. You are also lucky, because you at least have these incomplete souls born from the flesh. Only me, only I am the one who suffers the most. The voice of the king's clone was cold, but full of madness. You left all the stingy soul in your body, and you didn't give me a single bit of it. Do you know how I survived the period after my birth? It's double the hunger. Ah! Heavenly King's soul let out a shrill scream. In addition to the pain in that voice, there was also the fear she had never had before. She is not afraid of the sky, the earth, or death, and she can maintain herself even in the face of Zaku. But now, Uranus is really scared. She's scared of herself. Scared of this crazy self. Afraid of the self she has never faced. I'm afraid of this self who wants to devour her and take everything away from me. I will live to be you, her and him. Heavenly King clone. Maybe she can be called Heavenly King again at this moment, because she held the ball of soul light and swallowed it with her head raised. Boom. The violent aura spread violently with her movements, and with the unwilling roar of the King of Heaven, she was swallowed up by herself. At the moment of complete loss of consciousness, Tian Wang suddenly understood why Ivy was so certain that she would fail. Because Tian Wang himself does not know what a terrible monster he is. Ice thorns stretched out from behind her, gradually weaving into new dragon wings. Tian Wang has the chilling smile on his face when a hysterical addict gets what he wants. Afterwards, she cast her gloomy gaze towards the space, and gave a slight smile on the corner of her mouth. Don't think that being blown up can stop the fusion. As long as you devour this space, you will still become a part of me, Loya. And you, this deity, I will laugh at your body. In fact, as the king said, the kingdom of death only blew up the dragon's body into slag, but could not completely destroy it. At this point, it is the same whether it is the previous King of Heaven or Loya. However, just when the King of Heaven was about to devour this space, a voice that she absolutely did not expect came from behind her. Tisk tisk, cannibalism is already exciting enough, I didn't expect to have to eat myself. I saw such a cruel scene just after I was resurrected, you compensate me for the mental damage. Chapter 748 What exactly was taken from World of Warcraft? Chapter 748 When Tian Wang heard this voice, his expression suddenly stiffened. She would never hear this voice wrong, and she wouldn't admit it wrong even if she died. How is that possible? Why didn't you die? How can you not die? The King of Heaven screamed wildly, saliva splashing all over the place. The explosion just now couldn't bear even her deity, she was shattered by the bomb, and even her soul was torn apart, and she needed her help to regroup. However, why is Loya still alive? Not only is he alive, he doesn't even see a single scar on his body. It's as if the Loya who fought with the deity before is not the same person as him. But the king knows that this is impossible. There is no cover between them that can blind each other's perception. It is the connection between the bloodlines, which is extremely strong. The Loya who fought with her in the memory of this deity is completely genuine. Did you also split your body? No, it's impossible, the soul in your body is still intact. The king's mind was in chaos, and his expression was ferocious like a ghost. Suddenly, she recalled what Loya said just now, and her eyes widened in horror. You can be resurrected. Congratulations on getting it right. But there is no reward. Boom. Loya waved his hand, and the dragon-slaying sword, which flew out for many kilometers, turned into a streamer and landed in his palm. The big sword danced, and the space that had just healed was on the verge of collapse again. At this moment, Loya was not only uninjured, but even returned to his original heyday. Magic, domineering, shock. Three forces entwined on the blade of the dragon-slaying great sword, and the sky suddenly darkened. The dark clouds rolled in the clouds like flying snakes, and the purple and black thunder was looming. So, shall we continue? The final profound truth-pouring dragon. Boom, crack. Foreign body, what is foreign body? What should not exist as a foreign body? To the world of One Piece, Loya is definitely a foreign body in a foreign body. Not only should a person like him not exist, but even the power he possesses should also not exist. From the first time he stepped into the dream, Ivy told Loya that the Dragon Slayer magic he used and the magic inheritance of the Dragon Slayer magician came from the fairy tale world. It was Ivy who helped him by imitating the system functions in the early stage, allowing him to quickly transition from a layman to a master with various powerful magic moves. Although Loya didn't know about it at first, he later learned about it and also understood that his ice attribute came from Ivy. At that time, he smeared between the world and the dream, and there was no strange idea. In addition, at that time, Ivy also told Loya that his body as a frost dragon came from World of Warcraft. Like the Dragon Slayer inheritance, he brought it out from World of Warcraft. Of course, later facts proved that this claim was not true. His dragon body comes from Ivy, the previous generation king. So the question is, if Loya has never been to World of Warcraft, why did Ivy lie to him? Wouldn't it be better to just tell him that he hasn't been to World of Warcraft at all? You must know that they also proposed that they wanted to become guardians and needed to go to the world of fairy tale and Warcraft to return what they took away. If their dragon body came from Ivy, why would they be so unnecessary? This matter Loya has been hiding in his heart since he discovered it, but he soon had the answer in his heart. It's not that they didn't want to deceive him, but that they couldn't deceive him. So they have to do it. Before he came to the world of One Piece, he had indeed been to World of Warcraft, and even if Ivy didn't say it, Loya would be able to discover this by himself in the future. They knew that they couldn't hide, they couldn't deceive Loya. In addition, they told themselves from the beginning that they must return to the other two worlds to return the things, so since they can't deceive and have to do this, the source of this is the thing that was taken away by Loya. Make a bold assumption. Assuming that what he took away from World of Warcraft was very important, the whole fantasy world would collapse if it was too important. And that thing was very attractive to Loya. They were afraid that Loya would not want to return it after knowing the truth, so they deceived Loya from the very beginning. Then put this assumption back into the actual situation. So, Loya understood. World of Warcraft is just a general term, which is divided into Azeroth in the real world, Azeroth in the fandom world, and Azeroth in contact with players. The first two are the same as reality, with birth, old age, sickness and death, and one is the same as the game, without the passage of time. To say which of the three different Azeroths is missing something will cause the illusion to collapse, and make them feel that Loya will not be willing to return it after knowing the truth. The answer is very obvious. The World of Warcraft that Loya entered is not Azeroth in the real world, nor Azeroth in the fandom world, but the game world, ORLD of Warcraft. The things he took away, the important things that Zaku and Ivy couldn't deceive him and kept from him, are the foundation of everything in World of Warcraft. Refresh in place. Or rather, resurrection. Bang. When the collision was over again, the King of Heaven took a heavy breath while looking at the tattered corpse of the dragon in front of him with his broken body. Damn, it's really resurrected. Just now, Loya in his heyday had another battle with the King of Heaven. He fought as a giant dragon until he couldn't support it, and then continued to fight in the form of a dragon man. Finally, Tian Wang once again won the victory with difficulty. It's just that this time without the Kingdom of Death, Loya can no longer pull her to death. But before dying, Loya slowly opened her mouth with a relaxed smile. I'll be back. Shut up, I won't give you a chance. The King of Heaven was also afraid of the particularity of Loya's resurrection. Now that Loya's body was not blown to pieces like before, the King of Heaven suddenly rushed up and bit frantically. Puff! Sharp Kiba teeth pierced through dragon scales, and razor-sharp claws ripped apart chunks of sturdy muscle. The King of Heaven was now a hungry beast, her mouth full of blood, and she swallowed the food bit by bit. But as he swallowed it, the chill in the king's heart grew stronger. Because she didn't feel that her body was being completed at all, the pieces of meat she swallowed into her abdominal cavity were just ordinary pieces of meat. She thought that eating Loya's corpse would be able to fuse with it, but she didn't expect that Loya's corpse did not have any authenticity at all. Because he can refresh in situ, the dragon body that Ivy left to her also has this feature. After being killed, there is only one thing that is defined as a corpse. Just when the king's heart was chilling, as expected, Loya's voice echoed in his ears again. Tisk tisk, eating myself is exciting enough, I didn't expect to see myself being eaten. I saw such a cruel scene just after I was resurrected, you compensate me for the mental damage. The king turned back suddenly, and Loya appeared behind her again unscathed. The dragon-slaying sword was called back by him again, and Loya in that heyday was resurrected again. It's just that at this moment, the king does not have much energy to kill Loya again. Chapter 749 Guardian, Loya. Finish the flowers. Between the dreams, the starry sky is misty. Time and space are meaningless here, rules are lost here. Light emerged from the void, and the stars emitting heat waves were like decorations, being fiddled with by Zaku at will. He was waiting for Loya to arrive. Having coexisted with the dream world, he did not know how many times he had collapsed, and he was not in a hurry, because to him, time was the least important thing. He was just waiting for an opportunity to arise. Suddenly, a golden door began to tremble. The black crack was only the size of a sesame seed at first, but it spread quickly, covering the entire door in one breath. And then, bang! The golden light exploded, the door disappeared, and a pitch-black void appeared on the spot. The explosion seemed to startle something. The hole cracked open, and a golden eye slowly opened. It was only now that Zaku stopped moving the stars and raised his head to take a look. Click! The eyeball was suddenly bloodshot. Yin Yuhi's blood flowed out, and then quickly disappeared. The void has returned to peace, the destroyed illusion is being reorganized automatically, and the phantom of a door has been reframed there. At this moment, Loya's voice came from behind him. What is that, Zaku? That's me too, me in another dream. Seemingly not at all surprised by Loya's appearance, Zaku yawned and stretched. Between dreams is a virtual space that connects fantasy and reality, but this route is not the only one. With him, it's like you can go from the South Pole to the North Pole, and even if you don't go back the same way, you can go from the North Pole to the South Pole. Loya is in the form of a giant dragon at the moment, but in front of Zaku, who traverses countless planets, he is not even as good as an ant in the eyes of ordinary people. However, Zaku will not despise him because of this. Every flower that blooms is just an insignificant grain of pollen at the beginning. Not to mention that Loya was a towering tree from the very beginning. Need my help? I don't need it for the time being, and maybe I won't need it in the future. It depends on the situation. Zaku didn't talk much about this issue, but asked Loya, aren't you going back? Ivy and Robin are still waiting for you. They know that you have succeeded, but you can't rest assured if you don't show up. Quote. In addition, there is another reason. Luo Yagwang was standing there, and the whole dream began to tremble. Some fragile doors shattered directly, turning into a streamer and blending into his body. If he continues to stay here, the dreamland will enter the next collapse period ahead of schedule. This is not Loya's original intention. The nature of the predator is like this, and it has nothing to do with his personal thoughts. After hesitating for a moment, Loya said seriously, before going back, I want to ask you to do me a favor. Hearing Loya's words, Zaku looked at him in surprise. He knew what Loya wanted him to do, but because he knew, he was surprised. Loya didn't speak, just stared at him quietly. After a long time, Zaku lowered his eyes, continued to slam his chin on a star, and continued to hit Heish comfortably. Your idea is very dangerous, Guardian Loya. Thank you. Loya said thank you, turned around and didn't enter the door of One Piece's fantasy. He is not only a foreign object in fantasy, but also a foreign object in dreams. Zaku called him a guardian, which means he passed the test, and he will definitely help him. After he left, Zaku took out his game console from the void. It was a door that was almost the same as the gate of fantasy, and inside it stored the mirror world that Zaku created when he was bored. He stretched out his claws, tore off the door that had just sprouted in the hole before, and pressed it on the game console. Know the law and break the law, add one class to the crime. One Piece World, Turtle Island. Loya didn't tell the world that he had come back with a big fanfare. Let's just mess up. Master uses the universal refresh in place, in fantasy, and it is still easy to revive hundreds of millions of people. The most important thing now is to eat. Sitting at the table that he was familiar with, Loya was full of praise while enjoying the food cooked by Robin himself. It was delicious. Quote. Robin, help me roast 10 more sea beast meat. Yes, I'm going to bake it for you. Robin gave Loya a helpless look, and walked out of the door to the kitchen to work. Ivy watched this scene silently, opened her mouth, but said nothing. Speaking of which, Loya suddenly stopped pouring food into his mouth with a plate, and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Did you trust me so much before? Sure enough, this is the problem. Ivy had an unexpected expression, but was relieved immediately. Because Loya will ask this, it means that he has made a decision. So she leaned against the wall easily, and passed through. Pulling herself out of the wall, Ivy said as a matter of course. Definitely, that's the power of the root of the world's operation, refresh it on the spot. Such a shameless behavior made Loya not recover for a long time, and finally had to give her a blank look and continue to eat. Ivy said with some emotion, it's not my fault. I've seen too many mortals, even gods, with those crazy and desperate eyes when facing death and disappearance. How can you, a small employee in the company, have an ideological realm that transcends everything? Is it my fault to be a working dog? Hearing this sentence, Loya looked at the sky speechlessly. My dream is to be a writer. The kind that writes suspense. But what greeted him was Ivy's contemptuous eyes, and the corners of Roja's mouth twitched, without explaining anything. Afterwards, Loya continued, Zagu has agreed with me, this world doesn't need you to play Nua with your body. Tisk tisk, that old stubborn is so open-minded. This is a violation of the law. Ivy smacked her lips, as if she had known Zaku again. Anyway, as long as it doesn't affect you watching the finale, it's the same no matter what the method is, isn't it? That's right. If you leave it alone, the illusion of One Piece will disappear completely. You are really cruel, Loya. The original world has a self-healing function, and as a result, you smashed it directly, almost causing the illusion has completely collapsed. Ivy nodded at this and continued to sigh. But she didn't answer Loya's previous question, but asked with great interest, what about this world? It's an illusion that appeared to imprison you. You have to take responsibility, Loya. What else can we do? Loya glared at her very unhappy and said, if you had told me earlier that this is not the One Piece fantasy written by Oda, and told me all the truth, then I would have been in the dreamland for the first time. Consider leaving. Now that there is so much trouble, we can only continue to persevere. After complaining, Loya smiled slightly. Isn't Robin still thinking of ending this troubled world anyway? Before leaving, let her dream come true. I will keep your body for you first, and return it to you when we leave. I don't care, I can't use it now anyway. In fact, it's good to be a fantasy nightmare. When my fusion level deepens, I'll go out and play the god of creation, wow. I don't allow you to mess around in my world. Loya glared at her again, then pulled up the cloak and walked out. Seeing this, Ivy asked strangely, my daughter-in-law is cooking you barbecue, where are you going? I went to resurrect Master Chingzi and the others, and I almost forgot that their souls are still in another world. If I don't revive them quickly, they will really be gone. If I come back late, let Robin help me warm up first. Oh. Ivy nodded blankly, and suddenly shouted, Loya, you said this is your world, so it's not good to let it continue to bear the name of One Piece World. That's true, even the real Azeroth and the game Azeroth have two different names. Although this world applies everything in the world of One Piece, it has nothing to do with the real version of One Piece, and is completely a fantasy born because of the appearance of Loya. As guardians between dreams, their naming is similar to a law, with effects beyond the imagination of mortals. The consequences of a name being set on two worlds, either they merge with each other and are not separated from each other, or they fight with each other and perish together. I asked Zaku to bring the smashed original One Piece world into the mirror image to warm up, and Loya's so much pain in his spare time will wait for the two worlds to continue to be destroyed and merged. Therefore, this world cannot continue to be called the world of One Piece, and must be changed to another name. Just after walking out of the room, Loya pondered for a moment and said solemnly, that's the world of One Piece, the strongest ice dragon. Ivy. Sure enough, you can't have any unrealistic illusions about Loya's naming ability. End of the book.